In 1960, just outside Atlanta, a mile-and-a-half racetrack known as the Atlanta Motor Speedway opened its doors to race fans of the Peach State. Today marks the 108th Cup race held here, 9 of which ended with the man in black hoisting the trophy the most by any driver. Also on this track in 1992, we saw a changing of the guard. Richard Petty ended his career here on the same day that Jeff Gordon arrived on the scene. Atlanta remains one of the fastest tracks in the sport, a true hotspot for speed. And live at Atlanta Motor Speedway, Dale Earnhardt Jr., you just heard Michael Waltrip talk about Ryan Newman as one of the long shot guys who could win this race. Kevin Harvick finishing second at the Daytona 500. Matt Kenseth, the last driver to win the first 2 races of a season back in 2009. That's something Joey Logano, the pole sitter, is trying to do. And Tony Stewart trying to recover from a rough Daytona 500. The favorites in Las Vegas, the odds on this race will be in Vegas next Sunday here on Fox. Jeff Gordon and Kevin Harvick, the early favorites at 6-1. Why did you say that Ryan Newman and Austin Dillon have a good chance as long shots to win?
Well, Newman, the last time we were on a mile and a half down in Miami, he raced Kevin Harvick for the win, just coming up a car length short. Doesn't necessarily mean you'll be good at Atlanta, but you got to have a lot of power under the hood. And those RCR cars, I think, have the power. Austin Dillon, he was really fast in the final practice session. So Newman's 30-1. If I was going to put someone on my fantasy team, he would be the first pick.
And last week with the pit road technology, Daytona 500, 29 penalties. There were 23 in last year's race in Atlanta. I know you and Darrell talked on the pre-race show about pit stops and pit road penalties. Do you expect more, or do you think that the technology will have an effect?
I think there'll be the same amount of penalties, but there'll be more called today because it's so precise. The cameras up top show you exactly what you did wrong. When these cars come to pit road together, that's when it gets difficult because you've got to make moves around other cars. Your crew guys have to predict what you're going to do and be able to jump down into the pit in the proper amount of time. I wouldn't be surprised to see double the amount of penalties from last year and maybe somebody late in the race get one that bites them.
500.5 miles, and last year this was, in terms of time, the second longest race, almost 4 hours after the 600. Let's bring in the guys who will call it. Darrell Waltrip has moved upstairs with Larry McReynolds and Mike Joy. Mike?
I don't think it'll be that long today, Chris. Everybody's anxious to get going. In fact, there's a stiff wind blowing from turn 3 to 2, and it's bringing a very dense fog with it. So we'll add a little hot air to the mix so we can get going. Darrell, there is such urgency here because the tires are so good the first few laps, and yet they fall off. The lap times drop off so drastically. Within 10 laps, you can be running 2 seconds slower than you could with those brand new tires. So that sense of urgency, what does it mean behind the wheel?
Well, it means particularly guys starting in the rear. I know they're all in good, fast race cars, but when you're starting on the pole, like Joey Logano will be, I mean, when they drop this green flag, those 2 seconds that you're losing, he's got a clear track ahead of him. He's not going to be losing that much. These are perfect conditions right now for a fast race and a fast car. The only thing that I worry about, no grip, no rubber on the track. Could be a little hard on that right rear tire, but you've got that 25-lap caution to rely on.
Yeah, competition caution at lap 25 for everybody to check tire wear and no refueling until that point. But Larry, your driver, he wants to go right from the get-go. How do you manage the aggression level and kind of counter it with a little patience?
Well, and that's tough because to everyone's point, they talked about it in the pre-race show, these tires fall off so quick. So I need my driver, especially those guys starting to back, I need them to get all they can at the drop of the green flag when those tires are fresh. Every time I have a restart, I need to get all they can. But where you have to be careful, some of the drivers they're going to be passing and catching, they're going to be running a half to 3/4, maybe up to a second quicker. So that's where that spotter has to really do some anticipating to help that driver. But you have to be, I know it doesn't make sense, patiently aggressive.
Well, yeah, you're going to see a lot of thread the needle in these opening laps from the drivers in the back. And Chris, 1993 was the blizzard of Atlanta here. The Cup race in March got snowed out. Everybody left the garage area but one driver, Alan Kulwicki, working hard under the hood of his race car and dressed in his racing garb and helmet like it was a snowmobile suit. Today, fortunately, Chris, is not like that day.
Yeah, thank goodness. A lot of memories in Atlanta. Fantastic finishes, 5 last lap passes. We actually have had 9 postponements here. Historically, it seems like we had some races run on Saturday and Sunday. Thankfully, we'll get this in. And again, once we get halfway, 500.5 miles, it's an official race. We should be able to get the entire race in. Michael, this is different than Daytona in the sense that the hope of a driver. I don't want to say destiny because you can't control that, but a driver has more control of his situation in this race as compared to the Daytona 500.
You know, Logano put himself out in front of Daytona, and those other drivers had no choice but to push him. They could get up beside him, they could try to pass him, but you need help to be able to win at Daytona. Here at Atlanta, all you need is that steering wheel in your hands. You've got to manage those tires, but you can't mess around, Chris. We got to go early and hard because we're uncertain as when this race will end. It could be shortened, so people know they got to go. And watch for those pit crews. They're going to try to make sub 10-second pit stops today, something we've never seen before, by just hitting a few lug nuts and getting that car out on the racetrack.
The rain has let up. It's damp, but no rain at the moment. Temperature in the 40s. Rain later in the forecast as Joey Logano sits on the pole. Kevin Harvick had to move to the back of the pack. The number of other past champions, 30th or beyond, like Jeff Gordon, Matt Kenseth, and Jimmy Johnson and Tony Stewart, that should make for an exciting move towards the front. We're glad you're watching NASCAR on Fox live from Atlanta. We now take you trackside for those welcomed words.
Race fans, it's time for those most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome today's Grand Marshal, CEO and founder of Folds of Honor Foundation, Major Dan Rooney.
NASCAR Nation, welcome to the most patriotic event in NASCAR. In the name of God and country, drivers, start your engines!
6 different drivers have won the last 6 races run in Atlanta. The first time that Atlanta is the second race of the NASCAR season, and we're ready to roll. Glad you're watching NASCAR on Fox from Georgia, and the start of the race straight ahead. Fox Sports proud to present the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 live from Atlanta Motor Speedway. NASCAR on Fox continuing. Let's welcome in the guys who will call the race. Darrell Waltrip, Larry McReynolds, Mike Joy. 3 guys that all have a one-track mind. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. Today that one track is Atlanta Motor Speedway here in Hampton, Georgia, where the weather has not been favorable. Rain on the roof at 7 this morning and on into the morning. But then the rain stopped. Now you see all that fog off turn number 3 on the right side of your screen. 42 degrees, winds out of the northeast. That fog's going to blow toward us. We'll get some engines and some heat out on the racetrack. And we should be good to go for 500 miles, 325 laps around one of, if not the fastest tracks in all of NASCAR. Well, let's get down to pit road for some late breaking stories. We'll begin with Matt Yoakum.
Mike, for the second straight day, Joey Logano is on the pole. Second straight day, he has chosen the last pit stall on pit road, closest to turn 1. Now, he found the issues of the positives of it. Easy exit, not having to deal with other cars, but the issue he also found yesterday in the Xfinity race, he has to very easily enter his box and exit. Why? Because it's one of 2 boxes on pit road. This is an asphalt pad, not a concrete pad, which would have much more grip that you'll see farther up and down pit road. Todd Gordon told me he just could not pass it up, even knowing the negatives. He still sees the huge positive. Jamie Little?
Well, after losing an engine mid-race at Daytona, Brad Keselowski and the 2 team are looking for a major rebound here. Brad told me that the key is to get a car that drives well. And crew chief Paul Wolf told me they don't want to be down in the points anymore, and parking in the back of the garage is no fun at all. He said as far as the car goes, they're not the fastest out here, but it handles well and he can stick to the bottom, and that is where Brad Keselowski wants to run all day long. Chris?
Well, Jamie, Kyle Larson had 3 second places in 2014. And talking to crew chief Chris Heroy this weekend, he said they are on the cusp of getting that first victory. But to do so, they're going to have to be perfect. Last week at the Daytona 500, they had 3 penalties in pit lane. He said, we've got speed in our car, we've got speed in our driver, but to win a race, we've got to be perfect here in pit lane. Mike?
Thank you, Chris. Allowing the engines to warm up as the last of the track drying equipment exits the speedway, and still just a little bit of jet dryer work at the entrance of pit road and along the front straightaway. The front straightaway was late getting dried because that's where they were holding opening ceremonies. 6 potent drivers will come from the back of this field, but Joey Logano will start this race from the pole, and we listened in on their pre-race pep talk.
Good luck, Joey, Todd, everybody. Congratulations again on last week. Great job getting on the pole. And
4, thank you, Walt. We'll do what we can do to do 2 in a row.
I like that.
Copy that.
Walt Zarnecki, Executive VP, longtime lieutenant of the captain, Roger Penske. Here they come. We're ready to race. Here is the Geico starting grid. Joey Logano's first Atlanta pole in a Ford. Kevin Harvick, fast in practice, lost an engine. He'll start 42nd after he drops back. Jamie McMurray, his best Atlanta start. Denny Hamlin, 2012 winner here. Carl Edwards, a 3-time winner in Atlanta, including his very first Cup victory. Kyle Larson's never finished outside the top 10 here. Ryan Newman, top 10 his last 2 Atlanta races. Sam Hornish, first Atlanta race since 2012. Dale Earnhardt Jr., winner here in 04. Casey Kane, 3-time Atlanta winner. A.J. Allmendinger has his best start here. Brad Keselowski, the only past series champion who will start this race in the top 30. Paul Menard got his first top 10 here in 2006. Martin Truex, top 5 in 2 of the last 3 here. And a pair of sophomores, Austin Dillon and Justin Allgaier in row 8. David Reagan announced as the substitute driver for Kyle Busch on Tuesday in the number 18. And Danica Patrick, a career best 6th here last year. Greg Biffle and Ricky Stenhouse, Roush Fenway Ford teammate. Stenhouse, 2012 Xfinity race winner here. Casey Mears, 6th last week at Daytona. Brett Moffitt ran here last year. And Brian Vickers returns to that seat next week. Eric Almirola, 9th here last year, along with Michael McDowell, who's had a very strong early season. Clint Boyer and David Gilliland back at row 13. Mike Bliss in the 32 this week, and Joe Nemechek takes over David Reagan's seat in the 34. Trevor Bayne and J.J. Yaley in the 15th row. Brendan Gaughan into the 62, and Michael Annett takes over Brian Scott's 33 after his own car failed to qualify. Josh Wise makes his first start of the season, as does Ron Hornaday Jr. They both tried and missed the Daytona 500. Now, here's the power back in row 18. Jeff Gordon, 5-time Atlanta winner, last year's runner-up Matt Kenseth. Then 3-time Atlanta winner Jimmy Johnson with Regan Smith for Stewart-Haas Racing in the 41. Tony Stewart, a 3-time Atlanta winner with rookie Jeb Burton. Cole Witt and Alex Bowman. Landon Castle, the 43rd spot, and drivers going to the back will include Harvick for a lost engine, the 33 for the driver change, And Tony Stewart missed driver introduction, so they will go to the rear.
What do you say we dial up the old champ and see what his plans are here for today? Kevin Harvick, it's a DW. You got a copy there, my friend?
Got you, buddy.
Kevin, you lost an engine yesterday in final practice. You're going to have to drop to the rear. How big a problem is that going to be for you?
I don't think it's going to be any big problem. It's just going to make it exciting. This is just if you're going to have something like that happen, this racetrack presents a lot of different options as a driver to be able to move around the racetrack and do different things. So I'm excited, looking forward to it. Everybody on our Jimmy John's Budweiser team has done a great job, and we'll race hard all day and see what happens.
When you're back there like that, and you got to get up through the traffic, got a caution at 25 laps. How do you approach that? Do you go hard, or you just wait for that caution and see where you are and make your moves from there?
I think the first caution is definitely going to give you an idea of where your car is and what you need to do, and hopefully not have to worry about going down a lap. So you have to be aggressive to try to make up as much time as you can, in my opinion, to move forward.
All right, my friend. Well, you're looking good right now anyway, but unfortunately, you're going to have to follow the rear here. But good luck to you, my friend.
All right, guys. Thank you.
Kevin Harvick goes to the back of the grid, 42nd. Joey Logano on the pole after winning the Daytona 500 in that Penske Ford. Here are today's Ford EcoBoost track facts. Hall of Famer Fred Lorenzen was the first Atlanta Ford winner. That was 1961. And the asphalt surface here, we talked about the tire give up over a run. It's the second oldest surface on the Sprint Cup Special. Ford Track Facts brought to you by Ford. Go further.
You know, Mike, you talk about the surface, and you can see, folks, you see all those streaks there, those black streaks. That's cracks in the asphalt that's been filled in with what I call driveway sealer. I'm not really sure what the proper name for it. Back in the day, we called it bear grease. It's had a lot of different names. But when that's cold like this, you know, you hit that and it's a little slickery. Slickery, is that a good word?
Slickery? I like that. It's like that.
Slippery.
No, slippery. It's one of those terms like winter mix. It really doesn't mean it's neither, you know, snow nor ice. It's just
all I know.
Don't go out and drive in it.
If you hit it, you're going to go sliding.
Larry, you heard Kevin Harvick's words. Does he meet your definition of patiently aggressive with his approach?
Well, I think he will definitely get all he can get at the drop of this green flag. But as I also said at the top of the show, you have to be careful because some of the drivers back there, they don't have fast race cars. But I think Darrell asked him the right question. How do you handle the first 25 laps? Obviously, he's going to need to give his crew chief, Rodney Childers, good, concise feedback about where that car's at. We know everyone will hit pit road for 4 tires and a full tank of fuel on that lap 25, but you want to make the right adjustments because then we may get into some long green runs.
Now, back in the day, before jet dryers and NASCAR's Air Titan 2, the best way to dry a racetrack was to get the race cars out on it. Those 4-inch exhaust dumps, 2 of them, would put a lot of that really hot air from those 5.7-liter engines down on the asphalt and help dry the last little bit of moisture on the track. You see a sweeper working out there right now. Before we go green, let's go down to Matt Yoakum for this Nationwide Dale Jr. Performance Report.
Mike Jr.'s at the back like his Hendrick teammates, but he is very pumped up. In fact, he told his team on the radio just a few moments ago, the best car he has had here at Atlanta in the last several visits. The car could run up by the fence where Jr. loves to run here at Atlanta, right off that wall, and the car just cuts so well from the entry of the corner to the center, so he's expecting big things here today.
Thanks, Matt. That's our Nationwide Dale Jr. Performance Report. And we've talked about all of the champions that are at the back. 15 NASCAR titles are represented in the last 6 rows. The one exception is Brad Keselowski. The reason they're back there is on qualifying day Friday, NASCAR allows you one opportunity to go through all the inspection stations. And if you fail a station, your car is set aside till everyone has a chance to go through. Well, some of these champs, just trying to stretch the envelope and get right up against the gray area, went through an inspection station, inspection as many as 4 times, and those drivers, didn't get out on the track in time to make a lap.
But I want to add to your 15 Sprint Cup Series championships. You saw all the different drivers like Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth, with the exception of Matt Kenseth, but including Kevin Harvick, who will be back there because of the engine change. Combined 12 Atlanta wins between those drivers.
And back to your inspection situation there. Inspection has become so precise. And I think what NASCAR is trying to do, Mike, is change the culture in the garage area. We used to measure everything with a tape measure, you know, get it within a 16th or so. And now they're doing it with these lasers, and the car has to be spot on. It can't be off a 16th or it can't be off 100,000ths. They got numbers, and they got to adhere to them.
NASCAR even delayed qualifying 15 minutes, trying to help accommodate the teams and the difficulty they were having. "42 degrees. Race fans braving the chill to see their sport. 50 degrees is the asphalt temperature. I think it was around 70 yesterday for practice. A light breeze as we get ready to go 325 laps.
You see there, pit road speed 45 miles per hour. Fast mile-and-a-half racetrack in a very tricky pit road. And remember last week at Daytona, and if you watched the two races yesterday on Fox Sports 1, the Xfinity Series and the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series, a lot of issues with the pit road technology, pit road officiating bit a lot of teams.
And he talked about the exhaust and drying the racetrack, but it will also heat up the racetrack. Track doesn't, it's cold right now. The tires are cold right now. That's going to be a bit of a problem for a few laps, so they get some heat in the tires, get some heat in the racetrack.
Michael Annett, let's talk about the driver change. Brian Scott, NASCAR makes you declare which series you are going to earn championship points in. And Brian Scott, who did race in the Daytona 500, is racing full-time in the Xfinity Series. Michael Annett drives for a different team. He is full-time in this series with a full-time sponsor. His car didn't get out to make qualifying laps, didn't make the race. Brian Scott stepped aside. And I'll tell you, it's been out there on YouTube for a while, but Brian Scott's wedding vows have made every talk show and news show this week as he professed his love for his new wife and her daughter, and everybody's been talking about it. What a guy.
Yeah, if you haven't seen it, you need to Google it and go watch it. It will make you, it'll bring tears to your eyes. Very, very touching. Very touching.
What is the track like? Jamie McMurray.
Definitely have to get the exit better than what they have it. Because if we do a green flag stop, that'll be done. That'll be bad. I don't know how we couldn't do a green flag pit stop right now. The entire apron's wet leaving the pits.
In what he means, the entire apron, he's talking about through turn 1 and 2, because the way you have to leave pit road here, whether it's under caution or under green, is you have to stay on the apron through 1 and 2 and then blend in on the backstretch, especially under green flag.
But this is what NASCAR does. They're going to listen to the drivers. They've sent them out here, and they're going to listen to the drivers. They're going to ask them what the conditions are. Can we go green? How many more laps do we need? Where do we need to concentrate? Is there an area on the track that's not safe? So they'll listen to the drivers and take their input and then decide if they need to work on the track some more.
I think the difficulty right now is that light breeze that's coming out of the northeast, and it's bringing that big cloud system and some raindrops and that heavy fog with it over turn number 3. Getting a little difficult to see in that area. You saw a few drops, and look at the low ceiling, almost as low as where our cameras sit on the roof.
Do you have, Mike, do you have any idea, I mean, in your wildest ideas, do you have any idea how we could probably get this fog to lift and the rain to go away and get things started here?
We have a theory.
Do you have an idea?
We do have a theory.
Okay. We need the vortex, guys. We need it bad.
We came up with the vortex theory some years ago. Darrell embraced it, that if you have cars racing around creating a column of hot air, it will keep the cold air and moisture away. Scientists have tried to debunk it, but the anecdotal evidence of being at the racetrack when those cars are running, it's not raining.
Last week, Kenny Wallace did a report from the Goodyear blimp, and the Goodyear blimp pilot said we can feel the air from the cars, and he's up in the sky.
We do have evidence.
That's right. We have proof. We have proof.
It's a very unscientific science, folks, but we're much happier when the cars are running than when they're not. So,
I like it.
I believe.
I like it. It's a theory, but I think it's a good one.
It'll work. All right, cloudy, little bit of raindrops, and they're still drying down toward turn number 1 and the pit exit. You heard Jamie McMurray's comments. Coming off that apron, we can see just a little bit of dampness there below the yellow line.
And all up and down, I'm looking over in the suite next door, and they're all giving us thumbs up about the vortex theory.
Yeah,
I mean, everybody, and then over next door over here, they're all saying, you're right, it works.
Race fans believe it. Look how rough that asphalt is, even just that little bit where we cut it to embed our camera in the racetrack.
But that's one thing I think that leads to some great racing here is the track starts to lose some grip, the tires lose grip, the drivers start moving around, and you have options as you talked about in the pre-race showdown.
Well, you know, there's always that old saying, there's horses for courses. And I think these guys all tell me this is like running a big old dirt track, like an Eldora, where you just get that thing in there and you get a little sideways, stand in the throttle and lay on that right rear. The guy that can control a car like that, car control, that's huge here.
Now, sometimes NASCAR will start the race under a green-yellow condition and begin counting laps. That has not yet happened. None of these pace laps have counted. But the ceiling is dropping in the back straightaway. We can still see that stretch pretty clearly from here in the tower, but the clouds are dropping fast.
You know, Mike, we came from Daytona last week, and remember we saw the movie about the perfect storm. One of the things that Bill France Sr. promised CBS, the race will start at 1 o'clock, and that was in the contract. The race had to start at 1 o'clock. Guess what we were doing at 1 o'clock? Climbing in our cars with it still raining.
And going out there under a green yellow.
Out under green yellow.
That's right.
She started at 1 o'clock.
The 2015 NASCAR season is here, and you can get in on the action and play the brand new Fox Fantasy Auto Racing game. New features, more fun, always easy to play on your PC or your mobile phone. Pick your team of 5 drivers, challenge your friends for weekly and season-long prizes at foxsports.com/fantasy. You can play now.
Mike and Darrell, one thing I was encouraged early this morning, and as much as up to about an hour ago, is most of the rain or the precipitation, we're almost like in a little alleyway. Most of it is to the southeast of us and to the northwest, and we were in a good-sized hole, and that was up about an hour ago.
Yeah, and what you're seeing right here is 20%. 20% chance for the next hour or two of precipitation, dropping to 10% and then to 0 tonight.
I was talking to Rick Hendrick yesterday, and we were laughing about Jeff Gordon. I know we were talking about weather, but we were laughing about Jeff Gordon. And Rick told me he watched him run in what was in the Busch Series in that Baby Ruth car. Rick said, I told whoever was with him, he said, if that guy doesn't bust his butt today, I'm hiring him. He said, because he's got the most car control of anybody I've ever seen. And they immediately after that race went and signed him to a contract.
Well, Jeff was driving for Bill Davis, who I think should get a lot of credit for bringing Jeff Gordon to stock car racing in the Busch Series. He won here at Atlanta from the pole, and Hendrick made a gentle inquiry as to whether or not Gordon was under contract to Ford. Found out he wasn't, and as you said, signed him.
Yeah.
The rest is history.
But I think that's what we all saw in Jeff that first year he drove. I mean, he was as fast as anybody had ever said in a stock car, but he was out of control. But he learned how to harness that. He learned how to take that fast pace that he could set and control the car and not wreck it, and that's why he's a 4-time champion with 92 wins, I might add.
So this time they brought the field down pit road back onto the racetrack, and that'll get a little heat into that asphalt area that Jamie McMurray was talking about on the apron coming out of the pits. What's Kevin Harvick and his team have to say about the weather?
I think we're going to fight this mist all day. I don't think it's going to go away. The track's going to get worse. They just don't go. And there's definitely some wet spots around those seams.
See, Kevin Harvick even believes in the vortex theory.
He said it, and he's exactly right. If we don't go, if we just keep riding around, listen, it's not just the air that we're the turbulence from the cars in the air, but it's the heat. It's all the things combined that create that hole that we need to be racing.
But I think the other thing he's saying is if we can start getting some heat in this racetrack, we can keep this racetrack and not lose it.
And that's our hope right now. Still 2 jet dryers at work just past the start-finish line and 1 up near the wall in turn number 3. Other than that, the track is clear of safety equipment. And let's see if we get any indication from the flag stand this time by.
I think it's the weepers possibly that are a bit of a concern. We see a number of them here on the front straightaway, and they can be rather treacherous if you're trying to pass somebody and hit one of them. And we've already documented these guys are going to be in a hurry.
You know, you saw earlier that a Sunoco fuel window here today is about 48 to 54 laps. Now, if we didn't have that lap 25 competition caution, there would be a little concern, even though it's the same for everyone, how much fuel we're burning here under all these pace laps. But because we know, and you can't fuel the car until that competition caution at lap 25, so I don't know that that's really a concern.
The starter was holding up several fingers to the drivers as they went by. We're not on 1 to go, or the lights on the pace car would be out. So I believe that indication was 3 to go, and we'll go green.
And again, they listen to the drivers, and you heard Kevin Harvick say if we don't get going, it's going to get worse. And look, there's some adverse conditions here, but the drivers are all aware of it, NASCAR's aware of it, and we will respond accordingly.
Larry, other than the ambient temperature, it's in the mid-40s. For the pit crew, being ready at a moment's notice to service these cars, what are they going through?
Well, they've got to stay warmed up because they're going to see a lot of pit stops today. NASCAR and Goodyear even gave the teams an additional set of tires, 13 sets. That's more than we see anywhere, but these pit crews know we could make up to a dozen pit stops because, trust me, every time that flag stand shows a yellow flag, you're going to be on pit road probably for 4 fresh Goodyear tires.
And remember, this year, there's no rule that says you have to have all 5 lug nuts tight. It doesn't even say you have to have all 5 of them on there. But these teams have been practicing getting by with 3 and 4 lug nuts to make those quick fit stops. And that's how we will know, Mike. When you come in and do 4 tires in, I don't know, 10, 11 seconds, you probably didn't hit all the lug nuts.
We'll see. All right, let's check on pit road with Matt.
Mike, NASCAR officials will bounce around through the field, especially checking with the champions and other drivers about what they think track conditions are. They checked in with Tony Stewart. He says it looks good to him. He's good to go.
Lights are out on the safety car. 1 to go. We listened in on Jeff Gordon and team.
I gave him the thumbs up. I gave him the thumbs up. And I might be wrong, but I'm just ready to go race. Me too.
Boy, Mike, you can look how those. I think those black streaks, those places with the tar in them, have gotten bigger since we were here last. There's a lot of tar in those cracks.
Hey, if you notice, pole sitter Joey Logano in a 22 car, he has an option of which line he can start this race. He chose the inside. If you get up and leave this broadcast, do not miss the start of a race or a restart because the outside line struggles on restarts.
Yeah, historically, the outside has pretty much stalled coming past the start-finish line due to wheel spin. On a cold day like this, do we expect that to be that big a factor?
I think it might be worse.
Okay.
One of the things to remember, the rear ends have a lot of camber in them. They have camber in the rear, the ends of these cars as well as in the front. But that camber in the rear, you're not riding all the way on the tire. You're riding on about 2/3 of it, 3/4 of it. That outer edge is not touching the racetrack. That has a tendency to cause the cars to break loose and spin as well.
Everybody at the ready to start the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 in Atlanta. 325 laps, 500 miles.
Here we go, boys. I don't care how cold it is, how cloudy it is. It's time to go racing. And they're coming off the turn 4. The flagman has got the flag in the hand. And here we go. Boogity, boogity, boogity. Let's go racing, boys.
Joey Logano leads Jeff Gordon to the outside, trying to bring a group from the back to the front. Logano all alone, then it's double wide, then triple wide on back. Logano, Hamlin, McMurray, Larson.
Well, he just picked up talking about Joey Logano where he left off leading that last lap in the Daytona 500 last week.
Yeah, they came off turn 2 over there, him and Denny Hamlin, and I mean that yellow Ford at 22, it just pulled that Toyota down the back straightaway and left him in his dust.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. comes up to Ryan Newman and Brad Keselowski on the outside. Whoa, Jr. big slide, and they're going to 3 wide him as both Menard and Stenhouse jump underneath.
Yeah, as mundane as that looks, I'm telling you, that takes your breath away.
But you could see with all those other drivers in the throttle, and he had to get out of the throttle, how much gap he lost to them.
Well, you have to be
lost 5 spots already.
And you have to be cautious, Mike. You don't know, is he going to do that again, or is that just one of those deals? They hit a slick spot, so you have to be real cautious when your car steps out like that.
Kevin Harvick +7 from where he started this race.
Darrell, it almost looks like it's Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 car. As he goes through the bumps, it just chatters loose.
Oh man, you can see it. He has got his hands full there with that thing. It's jumping sideways, and you just have to wait. Hopefully he's thinking maybe the tire pressures are low and they'll come up. But you see already, he said, well, let me try a different line. That bottom ain't working.
Carl Edwards in the 19 looking over Casey Kane for 5th.
Casey Kane's lone win in 2014 was here last year.
And from the back, Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, Matt Kenseth, and Ricky Stenhouse.
Boy, they're splitting them left and right. I tell you, there's inside, outside.
Pass them where you catch them. Brett Moffitt to the outside of Jeff Gordon's number 24.
What do you say, Larry? Friends? Conveyor belt?
Hold your line.
Hold your line.
David Reagan on the move. Driving the number 18. He has picked up 4 positions. Passing Sam Hornish now.
I loved every time we've interviewed him, he uses the word learn. And that's the benefit. He's going to learn things about this 18 car in Joe Gibbs Racing. When he goes back to his 34 team with Front Row Motorsports, he'll take all that information with him.
Eric Almirola passing his teammate. Pulling up behind Paul Menard.
Well, there you talk about that 18 car and learning. I mean, think about Adam Stevens. He's a rookie crew chief in the Sprint Cup Series. He's come from the Xfinity Series. He's got a lot to learn, too.
Gordon and Harvick. Harvick has now passed 13 cars. Matt Kenseth has passed 14.
Tell you what, everybody right now is trying to figure out where's the best place for me to run. High, low. There's Ricky Stenhouse. Sometime you get up on that high side like that, and you can really go somewhere before everybody figures it out. And it looks like Stenhouse in the 17 is making some hay right here on the outside.
He had a great run off the corner and caught right up there to the 47.
Yeah, he started back in the 18th position. He's already cracked the top 10 with that 17 car.
But already in 8 laps, we've lost a second in lap time. The first lap was a 29.02. Fast time by for Logano, a 30.3.
There's somebody that's no patience. I mean, Kevin Harvick in that 4, he is picking them up and laying them down now. He's racing with Jimmy Johnson in that 48 and Casey Mears in the 13.
Well, he had the fastest car in final practice till the engine let go, and he had a pretty good bit of cushion there. I think he was a couple 3/10 quicker than anybody in that last practice.
A.J. Allmendinger shut off the march of the 2, Keselowski. Meanwhile, Matt Kenseth has gained 17 positions, while Joey Logano, our race leader, runs away from Denny Hamlin by nearly 2.5 seconds.
How many is the 22 game?
None. He started first, Darrell.
Oh, he did? Okay, I got you.
Yeah, he's not on our biggest mover list.
I know you're kidding.
I am.
Well positioned. David Reagan up to 14th, started 17th. Tracking Martin Truex. And here's Kevin Harvick with Casey Mears for 22nd.
And Mike, really how Logano got that big lead, he was quicker on new tires than Denny Hamlin or even McMurray or Larson was. The times have about equaled out now, but the first 5 laps there, Logano was about 4/10 quicker than everybody else on his new tires. What happened?
Harvick tried the move, and Casey Mears came down, thought about a block, and then went back upstairs.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when somebody is coming on you as fast as Harvick is. It wasn't that Casey came down. That was just where he had been running, but Kevin was there.
Stenhouse continues the march as Joey Logano comes around to complete 12 and begin lap 13. To properly fold the American flag takes 13 folds. That's why the 13 lap is special to Folds of Honor. Fox Sports proud to support Folds of Honor and its mission to provide educational scholarships to families of military members killed or disabled while serving our country. For more information on how your family can benefit or how you can help, please visit foldsofhonor.org.
And you know, Mike, back in the high school days, it was an honor to be able to take the flag down every afternoon and fold it properly and stow it away for the evening. That was a huge honor that, that when you got to do that, it felt really special.
Joey Logano leads Denny Hamlin by 2.5. Jamie McMurray, Kyle Larson, and Casey Kane. Joey Logano continues to lead here in Atlanta, putting a lap on J.J. Yeley. Matt Kenseth continues his march to the front. He's just moved into the top dozen after starting 32nd in that yellow Toyota.
Yeah, Jimmy Johnson and Harvick are not too far back there, 16th and 17th. They've moved to the left side of the scoring monitor, which is a big deal.
Now Dale Earnhardt Jr. had dropped to 12th. He has rebounded up to 6th place as he found the handle on that car.
I think the biggest adjustment Dale Earnhardt Jr. has made, you can see it there. He is running right up against the wall at both ends of the racetrack.
Yeah, his car was loose. You could see it get down there on the bottom when he was trying to cut around the short, make the turn a little shorter. Just didn't like that, so he moved up higher, a little better arc, and seems like it's working now.
Dale Jr. moving on Carl Edwards. This is for 5th place, 6 seconds behind the leader.
Yeah,
here comes Casey. Wow.
But I think Greg Ives probably told Dale Jr. on the start with, just hang on to her, buddy. She'll come to you. And he was right. She's coming to him.
top 5. Good job.
5th place for Earnhardt. One of his teammates, though, not faring quite so well, Matt.
Mike, before the start of the race, Gordon said that he would have to be aggressive early on, trying to make his way to the front. He may have used up his right side tires. Gordon said that if he cannot run on the bottom, right now you see he's in the middle, if he cannot run on the bottom with the left side tires on that yellow line, he has zero grip. He cannot wait to that competition caution.
Well, he won't have to wait much longer, Matt, because we should see it in about 4 laps.
Gordon 20th. We saw Matt Kenseth moving up and Kevin Harvick. Jamie, he has picked up 25 positions since the start.
He is on the move. Remember, he lost that engine in practice yesterday, and I talked to Rodney Childers, his crew chief. I said, what is the plan? He said, we're going to sit back and watch him pass cars. That's how confident they were in this car's ability. Rodney also just reminded Kevin, remember your track bar, and Daryl, you guys can explain one of the new rules this year. The guys have the option to adjust the track bar from the seat.
Yeah, you know, guys got kind of mixed reviews on the track bar adjustment. Some guys think that it's a great a tool to have to work with. Others think the driver shouldn't be allowed to do that. But nonetheless, if you have to wait till a pit stop to adjust your track bar and the crew chief goes the wrong way, you're stuck with that thing the whole run. Now the driver can run it down a little bit. Don't like that. He can raise it up a little bit and see if there's a sweet spot in there that he can find as we go around the racetrack. I think it's a great tool myself.
Yeah, he has 2 buttons on the steering wheel. He has the radio button and he has a track bar adjuster, and then he has a readout on the dash that tells him how much he's moved it.
Coming around to complete lap 25. And once the cars...
Every time I raise the track bar, just takes the back out, doesn't really help it.
And that was Kevin Harvick telling Rodney Childers about he's been adjusting that track bar, as Jamie pointed out.
And that's what it does. It will make the car either looser or tighter, depending on which way. If you go down, it'll make it tighter. You go up, it'll make it looser.
Now, as the field cycles through to complete lap 25, that's when NASCAR said they would throw a competition caution.
Now, this is adjustments that they'll make in the race itself. You see those wedge bolt adjusters, but right here there was the readout where he could tell how much he's moved that track bar.
Ricky Stenhouse with a tire down. You can see some of that tire coming off the car from the right rear, and Stenhouse will have to pit as the competition caution comes out. I believe that caution may have saved Ricky Stenhouse from going down a lap.
That was a big concern I had, because you're going to lean on that right rear and the track doesn't have a lot of rubber down on it. I was afraid we may have a few tire problems here early on.
Let's figure out what the teams will do on this stop. Stenhouse was 20th. Here's Matt.
Mike, as far as the leader, Joey Logano, he enjoyed a 4-second lead. Joey says the car was simply in a 4-wheel drift. They're going to make a slight chassis adjustment to tighten him up, Chris.
Matt, Denny Hamlin said the car was good off the trailer, but during practice they dialed themselves out, but then they found the balance yesterday. Right now he's saying that car just a bit too loose. Jamie?
And Carl Edwards started 5th. He's been adjusting the track bar on board. He went down, then he went back up to where it was. The car's just a little bit tight, but they're happy they can move all around the racetrack.
I guess I'm not surprised that Ricky Stenhouse possibly had a flat tire, because every time we saw that 17 car, it was sideways, which really puts a load and hurts that right rear tire.
I tell you, these guys that are former dirt track racers, like Ricky is, they lay on that right rear tire. The car actually will turn off the right rear tire. And I know from yesterday watching the Xfinity race and the truck race, there are a few of them that came unraveled like his did.
The scoring pylon is a tribute to Jeff Gordon. Right now there's another one, and they gave him a little Bandolero race car for Ella and Leo to have some fun with in a ceremony this weekend.
Jeff said Leo will probably be sleeping in that little car for a while.
All right, here they almost all of them come on to pit road. Jamie McMurray, first one into his box. And Larry, we believe these will all be 4 tire changes.
No question. 4 Goodyear tires, I'm sure. Adjustments on every race car, and fill that thing up with fuel.
And watch for penalties.
And there's a lot of drivers on pit road. We see some drivers actually coming out of their box as some drivers are trying to get in. You saw it with Denny Hamlin and Ricky Stenhouse Jr.
Wow, what a traffic jam. 3 lanes kind of funnel into 2, and Denny Hamlin may have beat Joey Logano.
Well, Logano, look,
maybe not.
Logano is down here in this pit box down here, and that was slick. He couldn't get going.
Under the first caution of the day, NASCAR's competition caution, lap 25.
You're watching the Folds of Honor QT500 on Fox.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness. And by Sprint, bring us your Verizon or AT&T bill and we'll cut your rate plan in half. Visit sprint.com/half price.
Welcome back to Atlanta. 29 laps complete. Under caution that NASCAR mandated for the teams to check tire wear at lap 25, and just in time for Ricky Stenhouse, who had a tire problem just prior to that caution. Jeb Burton will get the free pass. A couple of penalties on pit road. Josh Wiseman over the wall too soon, and the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse throwing equipment. We'll restart tail end, and not a good stop for the Ganassi cars. Both Jamie McMurray and Kyle Larson had to back up to get out of their pit stalls and lost a lot of spots. Now, Jamie came in third and Larson came in fourth. They dropped a lot of spots, Chris.
Yeah, you can see Jamie Mack there getting pinned in by the 13. He came into pit lane third. He went out 16th. But the good thing, he's saying that car is working well. He was tight early on in the run, but he was using that adjuster, working that track bar, saying the car now has a good balance at both ends of the racetrack.
One thing I noticed about Jamie McMurray, and he's the very first pit box coming in, he actually pitted awfully close to the wall, which hurt his stop, I think. And there you see the tire off of Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s number 17 car. I think if you've got a real loose race car, you better be worried about that right rear. If it's not turning, you might ought to be worried about that right front.
That tire looked like it had entirely too much air in it, though. That rubber, the center of the tire was all bowed up. Of course, I know it's worn out, but it looked like it may have had too much air, and that's what happens when you lay on that tire. You get a lot of buildup back there.
30 laps complete, getting ready for the restart. See why one of the most revered names in NASCAR trusts the most winning name in NASCAR. Go to Chevy.com/Dale Jr.
And when that caution came out, Joe Nemechek in the 34 car, David Reagan's old car, led a lap, stayed out. And did you know that Joe has the third most starts here at Atlanta? Richard Petty has the most at 65, Jeff Gordon the next, and then Joe has the third most starts here at Atlanta.
So that's the Front Row Motorsports Ford. Nemechek in it today. I don't believe they've revealed a driver lineup going forward, and it's really not known when Kyle Busch will be able to return.
And what's critical about leading that lap, that is a point. And remember, that car has no owner points. So every point they can accumulate, it adds to their total as far as anything that may happen as far as qualifying or getting rained out or something.
Smart move.
All right, the pointers will set the field for you as we get ready to restart. Finishing up lap 31 rather.
Derek Finley is his crew chief.
He is. Denny Hamlin in that 11 did a nice job on the start of the race and on that restart maintaining. You can see he's trying to get the lead from Joey Logano down the backstretch.
Kyle Larson right up near the wall, surprising no one. He loves it up there.
Oh, yeah.
Now he passes his teammate McMurray back into the top 10.
Yeah, he loves it up there, and he loves that wall too. And that's the problem he has most of the time I've watched him, is he gets up there too close and starts getting into it, and that's not a good idea.
Darryl, we talked about the lead that Joey Logano got at the start of the race. Did you hear him that time through 3 and 4 when we had that in-car? I don't think he may have breathed it for about a half a second as far as wide open throttle.
Well, with the way the engines are this year, Larry, what they've done mostly is taken away a little bit of straightaway speed. These cars were seeing about 215 at some racetracks that we go to on the straightaway. Reducing the horsepower has taken away a bit of that into the straightaway speed, but it's increased incredibly the corner speeds.
Here's your leader, Logano.
Never got all the way out of it.
Well, just watch this throttle trace right here. That pretty much tells you the tale right there. Wide open throttle, wide open. Let's listen as he goes down through 1 and 2.
1 and 2 will be a little tougher, Larry. It's a little bumpier, and so you may have to work the throttle a little on that end. But that first lap on new tires, pretty sure he ran that thing wide open.
Matt Kenseth 13th. Jamie McMurray 12th. Jimmy Johnson just ahead.
Well, of our drivers that started at the rear of the field that we kept talking about, Kevin Harvick is the first one to actually crack the top 10. He's up in the 8th position now.
That would put him in the comer category.
Yes.
Jeff Gordon moving on Keselowski for 14th. Now battling Matt Kenseth. And there are the past Sprint Cup champions who started deep in the field and where they're running right now.
Yeah, and Larry and I both, I think we're a little bit worried about the Tony Stewart car. It wasn't that good in practice, and he has obviously not been able to make very much progress here in the race. So they're going to have to tune on that thing if they want to pick him up and get him in up there and be competitive.
Yeah, they were not very good, I think, in the test on Thursday, or neither day since then, Friday or Saturday.
See Kevin there just going around, and Kyle Larson as well, going around that 78 car of Martin Truex Jr. This team is making a real turnaround from last year. Martin didn't run well at all last year. He was great at Daytona, and he's been really consistent and pretty strong here at Atlanta this weekend.
7 races here have been won by drivers who started outside the top 20. All 7 of them were Cup champions.
Do you know the winningest spot to start here? 5th. More wins have come from 5th than anywhere else. I think like 15 wins have come from the 5th starting position.
Carl Edwards started there today.
Could be a good omen for Carl. Of course, another omen. 88 won both races yesterday. I don't know if that means anything for today or not, but there's a pretty good 88 out there right now. Running 3rd.
I also think they made some adjustments to Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s 88 car where he was a little better on the restart.
I think you're right.
Jimmy Johnson moving to 9th. Dropping Ryan Newman to 10th, and now he's going after Kyle Larson.
Must be something wrong with that 42 car, Mike.
Why? Because he's on the bottom?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. What did they do to your car?
Just came off.
You know, one thing you get concerned about in this damp weather is things like windshield tear-offs, not really sticking to the windshield. Looks like to me Sam Hornish Jr. in that 9 car, he's running back in the 26th position. Looks like he has someone's tear-off across the nose of that race car.
Yeah, and that's right down there where that isn't going to last long. Somebody better be getting his attention or he'll be cooking that engine. That's right over the radiator opening. It's going to have to come to pit road pretty soon.
Oh, it did not come off. It did not come off.
Uh-oh. Austin Dillon.
That's tire rub. See that? See his left rear quarter panel? It's all caved in. He's gotten into someone, or someone's gotten into him.
He's falling back to the
Still
31st
pretty
position.
bad there on the left rear, Austin. It's about quit now. Half back.
David Gilliland moving in on Dillon.
Sam Hornish did come to pit road, Mike. He's on pit road now to get that tear-off removed from a grill.
7th place. Teammates, Jamie?
Well, I talked to Jimmy Johnson right before he got in the car. He said, we're just okay. Well, he's been better than okay. As you see there, started 37. He's saying the balance of the car just a little bit free. They did make a track bar adjustment there and took 4 tires on that first stop.
Now, before that caution, we were talking about the driver being able to adjust the track bar. You can still adjust it on a pit stop as well, like we've done for so many years.
I think some crew chiefs say, driver, you just leave that thing alone. Let me handle that, okay?
Regan Smith around the outside of Austin Dillon, who has fender damage and a bit of a tire rub on the left rear. He's hoping to see the caution, not be the caution. Caution's out for debris. Austin Dillon shredded a tire. They found debris on the back straightaway. Caution is out. Pit road is open. Chris.
Well, Denny Hamlin set his car too loose before that first pit stop. They made some big adjustments right now. Still early in the run, way too loose. Jamie?
Edwards had a hard time finding his crew in the pit box, found it just fine this time. 4 tires as the car's the same, no adjustments, Matt.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. says his 88 Chevrolet started out tight but then went free, bouncing especially over the bumps. Air pressure change there. Logano said his Ford not as stout this run. Right from the get-go all the way through the run, he needed some changes. And again, he spins those tires, leaving the pit.
There's your Advance Auto Parts race off pit road. And Joey Logano with that first pit stall got a good launch off pit road that time and beat Dale Earnhardt Jr. Carl Edwards picks up 1 spot from Denny Hamlin. And then Kevin Harvick.
Yeah, even though we ran 15 laps, 4 tires for pretty much everyone.
Still a little bit worried about that pit stall down there for Logano because he's having trouble. That's asphalt down there, not concrete, and they're spinning the tires trying to get going there pretty hard. Those last two pit boxes down there, they're asphalt pit boxes, and you can see here he just can't get any grip, can't get her going.
Now, the reason we're under caution, about a dozen or so laps ago, Regan Smith and Austin Dillon were battling for position. Smith in the 41. You'll see the bump right about there. And that knocked the fender in against Dillon's tire. You saw smoke going into the corner, and here on turn 2, the tire's gone.
Got a little too much stagger in that baby now.
Now, NASCAR's ruling is that the 3 did not bring out the caution, but the debris field from that tire is what caused the caution officially. The caution is for debris, which means Dillon is eligible for the free pass.
Well, where did the debris come from? That's what I want to know.
Well, you can't always tell, Daryl.
I'm just saying.
To add a little more texture to this, let's bring in our Fox NASCAR rules analyst, Andy Petrie.
Yeah, guys, I mean, this is really kind of a judgment call. If you look at the rule on this, if the caution is brought out by that vehicle, the 3 car, then he's not eligible for the free pass. There is a NASCAR judgment on whether he brought it out or whether the debris that came off of his car caused it. So this one's kind of cutting the line pretty close. You could really call it either way. I would have thought he would not have been eligible for the free pass in this situation, but they judged that he is eligible and he'll get it.
All I'd say is what's the common denominator in this caution?
Yeah, I think this is one that needs to be looked at. And Andy talked about it being against the line. This is way against the line, if not over the line.
Now, you saw that crush panel that came out, the piece of metal. They're picking up the rubber pieces, but that piece of metal ended up in the nose of J.J. Yaley's number 23. And for more, here's Matt.
And Mike, Josh Kirk, I'm sorry, the car chief on the 24 of Gordon, he's got binoculars. He's looking at the nose of the car, trying to see how much damage there is. Now, Dion Williams, the tire carrier, he told Alan Gustafson there is a hole about 3 inches in diameter in the nose of that car. He did tell Alan there didn't appear to be any debris stuck in the nose, so that was a positive. They asked Gordon just how significant of a hit, and could he tell what the debris was? He said, I couldn't tell, I could just feel it.
See, one of the things on a cool day like this, and Larry knows, these crew chiefs will tape these things up to have a minimum amount of opening. And so if there's anything at all that gets on that grill, it's going to affect the temperatures a lot more than normal.
Sprint wants to cut your rate plan in half. Bring Sprint your Verizon or AT&T bill, turn in your old phone. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half at a Sprint retail store or sprint.com/half price. Race leader Joey Logano's been out front for 48 of the 50 circuits, and he has the fastest lap of the race so far.
And Mike, you might say, well, why would they take a chance and tape these things up to the just absolute minimum amount of an opening? There's so much speed there. When you tape that grill up, close that hole in the front of the thing up, it is an incredible amount of speed.
Getting ready to go back to green. as we complete 51.
Dale Earnhardt Jr. in the 88, just what we talked about, spun the tires the minute he tried to restart. And you can see they're going by him left and right. And he held that whole outside lineup because of that.
The car on the apron was J.J. Yaley, who had just left pit road after repairing damage from the debris off Austin Dillon. Boy, they're trying to get it all from about 6th on back. Look at this crowd coming hard.
And another part of the spinning the tires on these restarts, low air pressure. You got the tire pressure really low. We saw Ricky Stenhouse right rear tire looked like it had a credible amount of buildup. So they're going to run these tires as low as they possibly can, and that's going to make it even harder to get a little grip when you come down here and take the green.
Now watch Dale Earnhardt Jr. on the outside of the front row.
Almost looked like he hit one of those strips we were talking about, and it just made it that much worse.
He went from 2nd to 8th on that restart.
And Darrell, the front straightaway at the start-finish line, it's almost off camber. It's definitely absolutely flat, no banking whatsoever.
Yeah, it's just, I don't know if it's because there's no rubber out there in that outside lane. I don't know what causes it, but we historically have seen that time and time again here, and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it.
Kevin Harvick trying to become only the 2nd driver to lead a green flag lap today.
Well, Kevin Harvick's got the fastest car on the racetrack. I know Logano's been leading this thing, but Harvick is just, think about it, guys. He came from the back. 55 laps, he's fighting for the lead here.
And look how he's caught up since we dropped the green flag once again.
Well, this is the 2 drivers that were battling out for the win in the Daytona 500. They're the 2 drivers that were battling for the win in the Xfinity Series race yesterday.
And they were on the front row after qualifying. So, yeah, there's no question that I think Harvick is going to make Logano show him what he's got. If you've been holding back a little bit, you need to pick it up, because I'm here to take your place.
Jeff Gordon moves up into the top 10. He and Jimmy Johnson going after Martin Truex, number 78.
Larry Colpern's doing a nice job on this 78. I know probably people say that's all you talk about him a lot, but it's just a great turnaround from last year.
Yeah, top 10 finishes in all 3 races at Daytona Speed Weeks, and a great qualifying effort here for Martin Truex Jr.
Brad Keselowski, meanwhile, has dropped to 16th position. Jamie?
Yeah, the car hasn't been great. Remember, there was a test here on Thursday. This team had a different car for the test, and it didn't have much speed. Well, I talked to Paul Wolf, and he said this car is a little bit better, but he knew we're going to be down on speed, and it's showing to be true. Brad Keselowski now just saying he's a little bit loose, but they didn't make any adjustments last stop, so dealing with what they have at the moment.
I think you have to really just kind of hold your breath right now and think that the track's going to change dramatically as we go into this race. And that is a huge, is that a crack?
Yeah, it's cracking the lens of our roof camera. Denny Hamlin, Dale Jr. Expect to see these 2 battling quite a bit through the rest of this race. 5th and 6th. No rivalry or animosity there. It's just that both those cars have shown similar speed throughout the weekend.
Well, even though Denny Hamlin was a championship contender last year, he has not won a non-restrictor plate race since Homestead, the end of 13. And I did see a little debris on the front of Denny Hamlin's 11 car.
Denny had a wake-up call the other morning. One of the guards left his car in neutral. It rolled down the hill and into the side of Denny's motorhome while Denny was inside asleep. Quite a wake-up call.
Here, Eric Almirola in his 43 car having to play with that throttle even this early in a run.
Yeah, he took the wave around on that caution, Larry, so he's back on the lead lap. Had a great run at Daytona. I think he finished 12th down there in that 9 car. Sam Horn's doing a nice job.
And there goes Austin Dillon around. This time will put us under caution for the 2nd time today, and this one will be charged to the number 3.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt who brought this caution out.
I don't know about that, but anyway.
He was running 32nd.
Man, and it's wet.
Oh boy.
Down in that grass. He's going to be lucky if he can get that. Yeah, he's going to make it. The left rear tire. Yeah, it looked like probably they didn't get that cleared away enough. Some of the loose sheet metal probably cut it down again.
Now, Danica Patrick, as Austin was having his problem, had radioed in that she was having some issues. Jamie?
She said there was smoke in the cockpit, and now she's saying she thinks it was an electrical issue. She said there was a fire. It's now gone out. It's coming from the dash. So the team just said, we're going to have you come in. We're going to take a look at it and see exactly what it is and if her day is indeed over.
I think I would ask her, were you using the track bar adjuster? Because that's a new switch in there that's electric, and it could be something going on with that. It's new. It hadn't been in the cars before.
Damage to Sam Hornish's nose from some debris.
Looks like some contact actually with that caved in the way it is.
Well, let's see what brought out the caution. Austin Dillon cuts. Oh, yeah, and that's what happened to Hornish's car.
Sam says, man,
wrong place, wrong time.
Had to take a wave around, got back on the lead lap, and then that happened.
Yeah, he would have been the free pass talking about Sam Hornish Jr., but he will not be able to receive that now, I don't think.
On both this and the prior caution.
Exactly.
Had that one been charged to the number 3 instead of just being a debris caution. And I understand the ruling, especially after Andy's explanation, because a lot of time they'll call a caution for debris, but it's not as evident as it was this time where that debris came from.
Yeah.
Now you see the teams up on pit wall. Pit road is still closed. We've run 9 laps, and I know I talked at the top of the show. Anytime the yellow flag waves, you want 4 fresh tires. 13 sets of tires. They're on their 3rd set right now, including what they started the race, and we still have 264 laps to go. We could see a little bit of a mixed bag right here as far as who comes to pit road and who stays out.
All I'm going to tell you is, woe be unto you if you don't take 4 tires.
And it would be like Earnhardt used to tell me, I'm in and I'm not leaving until you give me 4.
Let's see if they open pit road this time. 61 of 325 laps complete. And nope, pit road remains closed by that flag and that flashing wheel-in caution light. Next weekend, we head to Las Vegas. It all begins Saturday on Fox Sports 1 with the Xfinity Series race. Then Sunday on Fox, the Sprint Cup Series race, the Cobalt Tools 400. Brad Keselowski's the defending winner. Great weekend of racing action beginning Saturday on Fox Sports 1.
Is there any more fun place to go than Vegas? And in the Neon Garage.
It's a fun place for race fans to go. There's live entertainment and music all throughout the racing weekend. The Neon Garage is an area inside of the garage area. So you can keep an eye on what's going on with your favorite driver and your team.
A lot of fun.
And have some fun too. So come on out to Las Vegas Motor Speedway next weekend.
They're going to go in there and they got to wash that thing off.
At the very least.
See Landon Castle's number 40 car, a lot of damage to the nose of that car. So this debris that's come off this race car, it's caused a lot of damage. Sam Hornish Jr., we already documented it. Now Landon Castle in the 40.
You saw Dale Earnhardt Jr. make a bad restart from the outside pole. They talked about it.
Yeah, he throttled up like 100 yards before the box. I just spun my tires. I tried to wait on it, second gear to hook up. It wasn't doing no good. I don't blame him. He wanted that lead.
It's not a bad thing.
No.
You know, if you're trying to do all you can to get the lead, but it sounds like he was also saying that Joey maybe started throttling up a little bit before that restart box.
But I like what Greg told him, Greg Ives. He said, hey, man, you're trying to get the lead. I don't blame you. I like that. It's real encouraging, and Dale Jr. likes that too.
Well, and as we said, get all you can on a restart.
Right, brother.
All right, pit road was still closed that time around because the jet dryers were working the apron at the pit road exit. Each week, look for the Race Day Advanced Auto Parts Driver Spotlight. Today, they caught up with David Reagan, only on Fox Sports 1. David right now in 12th place. That's right where he started.
And doing exactly what you would expect this guy, David Riggin, to do. He's just, you know, he's just taking care of the car. He's not flashy. He's not flamboyant. He'll get that car home in one piece and get you a nice top 10 finish. That's his job right now.
You know, I haven't heard a lot about this, but he spent 6 years at Roush Fenway Racing over there in that Ford camp. And 2 of the 3 Joe Gibbs teammates that he's dealing with now, they were his teammates over there, Matt Kenseth and Carl Edwards.
And he's really good friends. He and his wife are really good friends with Kyle and Samantha.
Coca-Cola, official soft drink of NASCAR. Here's a look at how the Coca-Cola racing family is performing today. Austin Dillon in the garage area. Danica Patrick with electrical woes. Larry, one thing about an electrical fire, the only reason it stops is because there's no more wire left to burn.
And it can be one of the most aggravating things on a race car to try to figure out and then try to rectify.
No, it's not hard to figure out. Whatever it was hooked to, it ain't working no more. Heck, whatever, if it was a track bar adjuster, she's not going to work anymore.
And that would be probably the best of outcomes right now.
It would be, yeah. And I don't know that that's what it is, but I'd almost bet you it's what it is because it's a new piece of equipment in these cars.
We had the pleasure of sitting down and just chatting with Danica the other day, and this is her 3rd full-time season in Sprint Cup. And she's very honest. She says, I know I need to step it up, but I was very impressed that her confidence is still there. She's not lost that.
It's never wavered, I can tell you that.
All right, we listened in on her team.
It's black, like it's just like not working. Like it's not on. I pushed all the buttons on the front. That didn't work either.
All right, just judge your speed off the cars around you on pit road.
And now that's a problem. If it's the tack that's not working, that's a problem.
Because that's their speedometer, looking at the RPM. We don't have a speedometer in these cars, but as he told her, Daniel Kenosha, crew chief, is you're going to just have to gauge it off other cars because we know with 261 laps to go, there's going to be a lot of trips to pit road for pit stops.
Holy smoly.
Oh, nice catch, Fence.
That's a catch fence right there.
Literally.
He caught it.
Piece of Austin Dillon's tire.
Pit road is still closed as the field comes off of turn 4.
Well, you know why? They're giving these crew chiefs time to think about what they want to do.
Trust me, it just agonizes the decision.
I thought I knew what I wanted to do.
We'll be right back. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Budweiser. Budweiser still brewed the hard way. This Bud's for you.
After 5 laps of caution, pit road is finally open. Chris.
Well, Casey Kane concerned about abusing his right front tires. The 5 car's just been too tight from the start. Keith Rodden saying that right front tire looking good. Jamie.
Kevin Harvick started last up to second. All they're doing is pulling the tape they put on earlier in 4 tires. Meanwhile, Carl Edwards, 4 tires. Wipe the grill, no changes, Matt.
Easy in for Joey Logano. Much relieved. The car closer this run to what it was the first run. Clean air helped, but also it was more on the neutral side. Taking a little bit extra time on the left side, and he's away.
He's going to win that race off pit road once again. Kevin Harvick, Casey Kane, Carl Edwards coming for him.
Who really was a loser on that pit stop was Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car. He was angled in, he was in his box, and then he had to back up, so you can see he lost a ton of spots.
Well, we have 39 cars still on the lead lap, and cars coming in late to pit road. They're going to be in the way of cars that are trying to leave.
Yeah, it was a 34 car that was in his way, and he came in late.
With this Fox Sports Live update, I'm Julie Stewart-Binks. Here are 3 things you need to know. Former Rookie of the Year Jose Fernandez throws off the mound today for the first time since undergoing Tommy John surgery last May. Yankees manager Joe Girardi says the team will decide tomorrow whether Alex Rodriguez will play in Tuesday's spring training opener. And for a complete wrap-up from Atlanta, including highlights and post-race interviews, catch Victory Lane following the race only on Fox Sports 1.
Thanks, Julie. Last lap of caution here at Atlanta. We go back to green next time by. 69 complete. Joey Logano still the leader this time. Kevin Harvick will be alongside for the restart. And we've marveled at Logano's ability to get out of his pit and still beat everybody to the end of pit road.
Yeah, I tell you, they do not want to wait till the end of this race and not try to correct this problem. He cannot get going. He's just sitting there spinning the tires. Maybe they ought to take that Coke that he carried with him and pour it in there and see if that would give him some grip.
But what I saw right there, especially with slow motion, you can still want to battle off pit road to beat Kevin Harvick in the 4. But if you do that time and time again, that can be hard on gear. It can be hard on the drive shaft, axles, a lot of things there.
And again, the difference, his pit stall is asphalt. So is the stall behind him. All of the rest of the 43 stalls are concrete.
Todd Gordon said he knew that, but he felt that the advantage of having that first pit would offset being the wheel spin and not being able to launch out of the pit box. And so far, he's right.
Jimmy Johnson came in 7th, came out 23rd. as you heard before the break, and we're ready for the restart. Completing lap 70, green flag.
Wow. I tell you what, we always gauged horsepower, raw horsepower, by restarts. And when you could pull away from people up through the gears, that was usually a good indication you had some pretty heavy horsepower, pretty good horsepower.
Jamie McMurray trying the high side, not gaining a lot of ground there on the 2 leaders. Now able to make his move at the start-finish line and bring David Reagan in the 18 perhaps with him. Reagan with a bold move in that green 18 on the outside. His new teammate, the 11 Denny Hamlin, gets a little wobble in his walk as he goes to the high side.
He hit that slick spot, or that sealer over there. He hit that and the car just took off right to the outside, which is what happens.
Almirola pedals the throttle, stuck in the middle between Gordon on the inside and up on the outside, Kyle Larson. But Larry, it's like we talked at the top of the show. It's get what you can get on the first couple of laps of every restart.
Why those Goodyear tires have maximum grip, because you know it's going to go away in a hurry.
Oh, they are Mr. Feel-Goods right now.
Paul Menard got a good run up the outside. Up to Casey Mears. Here comes Greg Biffle, 16 on the bottom. 73 complete. How about a NASCAR on Fox? Crank it up. Joey Logano has led all the green flag laps today. 77 complete. He's led 74 from Kevin Harvick, who sits just 0.4 of a second back than Casey Kane, Carl Edwards, and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Now moving up 6 spots since the restart is Jimmy Johnson in the number 48 Chevrolet. Let's go to his pit.
Well, he is on a mission. Remember, he had that bobble on pit road. He had to back up. He was angled in the wrong direction. Jimmy said it was his bad, but he also had a hard time with the car in front. Now, Chad Knaus, his crew chief, told him, hey, we've got a long time here. We can get it back, but we need to pass the 19 because that will help us on our next run of pit stops to have that clearance before we get into our box.
And the reason they're saying that is Carl Edwards in that 19 car, they're pitting behind Jimmy Johnson. So if Jimmy can get in front of Carl, that means he'll be in his box before Carl gets there.
And the 34 car of Joe Nemechek is in front of him, and Joe's coming in. Joe's at the back of the field. Jimmy's at the front of the field. So Joe comes in and cuts right in front of Jimmy and makes it even worse for him. So they're in a bad spot right now, tight spot.
Carl's teammate, Matt Kenseth, restarted 7th. He's picked up 1 spot since the restart. He's 6th. Chris?
Yeah, great day for Matt Kenseth. You can see he started back in 32nd, so he's been charging hard early in this race. He said it just didn't feel like the 20 car was into the racetrack. He needed a lot of help getting up off the corners, but each time in pit lane, lots of adjustments. That car working well now. He's saying it is totally different. Mike?
Wow, 12th place battle here. Kozlowski's Ford and Jeff Gordon's Chevrolet.
Funny that Brad Keselowski in the 2, he started 12th. He's been running 12th. He's been hanging right there.
But I believe with 3 trips to pit road that every time Jeff Gordon's come to pit road, they have made that car better for him.
Something fundamental with the car.
Jamie, that doesn't sound good.
No, he's struggling inside that car. He's getting really loose on the exit. You see the car twitch right there. And he's also struggling on restarts. And on top of all that, his track bar adjuster inside the car is not working, so he can't adjust from the cockpit for those issues. Matt?
And Jamie, directly in front of him is the 24 of Jeff Gordon. Gordon told his team he just cannot believe how little grip there is on exit here today at Atlanta compared to how it normally is. They made a chassis adjustment and they put some tape on the grill to cover up that damage from the debris.
Man, I think a lot of that is just the temperatures. It's so cool out there, and they're just not putting the rubber in the racetrack to get the grip that they're accustomed to here.
Joey Logano's hanging on to the lead, but it's by a thread, and a slim one. Kevin Harvick continues to stalk Logano from about a quarter of a second back.
It's almost like they make a deal. Logano says, look, if you'll stay right there, I'll stay right here. But if you get any closer, I'm going to have to speed up. So they're just kind of playing a little cat and mouse right now, look to me like.
But you made the point earlier. I definitely think that Kevin Harvick's making Joey Logano run that car just a little harder than he did earlier.
A little harder.
Well, let's check in the leaders pit, Matt.
Mike, the ambient temperature is 43 degrees. Now, Todd Gordon told me that they would like to throw soda down because NASCAR does not allow teams to use chemicals in the pit boxes for tackiness and traction. The problem is with the air temperature so chilly, it would not tack up, so it ended up being more of a hindrance. He said, this is the price you pay for the first 2 pit boxes. Right now, it's paid off. Hopefully, it continues.
Well, they're going to have to continue to have good, solid stops, though, with no mistakes to make up for that.
Joey Logano leads Kevin Harvick now by 0.4 of a second.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. By the Panasonic Toughbook 54. And by the dependable, long-lasting Chevy Silverado.
New leader in Atlanta with 88 laps complete. Joey Logano led the first 83 green flag laps. And here's how Kevin Harvick took the lead.
Gets a great run coming off turn 4 right here, and Logano goes like he pushes up the hill, gets a little loose, has to possibly get out of the throttle. away goes the Harv.
Michael Waltrip, you saw these two battle all yesterday in the Xfinity race. What do you think?
It looks a lot the same, guys. They're both hooking that bottom of the racetrack. And talking with Harvick this morning, he said the key to running well here at Atlanta is timing and rhythm. You can push your car too hard and get it to bounce up off the bottom of the racetrack. That's what we saw Joey Logano do exiting turn 4. Harvick was just sitting there waiting to pounce, and now he's gotten the lead. From the back to the front, what a run for Harvick.
So Kevin Harvick, your new leader, as Dale Earnhardt Jr. works Carl Edwards for the 5th place. We talked at the top of the show about how drivers take some time meshing with new crew chiefs. You'll enjoy this nationwide inside ride with the 88.
Have you noticed your water temp at all? No, I don't look at my gauges. Yeah, I'm just watching out in the window there. I look out the front, and sometimes I look out the back.
Greg Ives is 35 years old, and he's going to love working with Dale Earnhardt Jr., and they're going to win some races, but trust me, take a picture of Greg Ives now. By November, he'll be silver-headed or, like me, follically challenged.
Yes, that's right.
Now, that was under caution, what we heard, but that's today's nationwide inside ride. So Earnhardt right now running 5th behind Harvick, Logano, Kane, and Kenseth. 3 Chevys, 1 Ford, 1 Toyota in that top 5. These two have a history here. Last year, Kevin Harvick led 195 laps of this race, but he finished 19th after contact on a green-white checker restart with Joey Logano, put Harvick in the fence.
Well, it's one of the reasons I said at the top of the show, you do not want to miss restarts at this place, especially late in the race.
Threading the needle, Jimmy Johnson, J.J. Yaley a lap down with some damage to the front end. Ryan Newman alongside.
Johnson has been on a tear, man, ever since he lost all that time in the pits, lost all those positions, and he has been driving like a wild man getting back up through there.
Oh, boy. Oh, tough day for Landon Castle. Going up in smoke. You see they taped over. That's not part of the open cooling area where all that tape is. That was some damage earlier, but Castle oils it down, and caution is out. That is the 2nd blown engine in 2 weeks for Landon Castle. He was 31st. Yellow flag at lap 95 is the 4th one of the day. That's a smoke. That's not the fog we talked about earlier. That's a smoker.
And these cautions are coming where we're not having a lot of drivers go a lap down. Right now we have 34 drivers on the lead lap, and I think that's why we're seeing these different issues on pit road.
Michael Annett will get the free pass, I believe.
Yeah, actually the 34 car of Nemechek, who's right in front of Jimmy Johnson, is still on the lead lap, so he'll be coming in late, just like he has all the other times.
And Jimmy Johnson will still have to go around Carl Edwards in that 19 car.
Exactly. So
do you go to the crew chief next door and say, hey, can you work with me?
Well, the good thing about it, Carl Edwards could stop fairly shallow in his box because there's an opening behind him. Now, if he does that, I don't know.
I think the crew chief probably say, look, dude, we can't work with you, but we'll quit working against you. How's that?
Okay. I'll buy that. Joey Logano's led 83 laps. Kevin Harvick's led 8, all under green. Under caution, Mike Bliss led 2 laps and Joe Nemechek 1.
And Mike, I know this is, it's just not, it's part of the game, but Nemechek's in a Ford. And right behind Jimmy Johnson is Carl Edwards in a Toyota, and Jimmy drives a Chevrolet. So, you know, I don't know how much give and take there would be in that little neighborhood right there.
Longest green flag stretch today, 26 laps. 4 caution flags, counting the competition yellow at lap 25. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Kevin Harvick is the biggest mover in this race so far. Bring Sprint your Verizon or AT&T bill, turn in your old phone, and they'll cut your rate plan in half at a Sprint retail store or at sprint.com/half price. Here's Kevin Harvick's progress after starting out back today.
And then a lot like Joey Logano's crew, Kevin Harvick's pit crew, they've been pretty flawless on pit road as well.
See, this is where NASCAR is today. Graphs. I mean, the crew chiefs look at graphs. They look at trends. The inspection process. It's all so different than the old NASCAR, what we're all kind of grew up doing, with all these technical advantages that everybody has now.
Like most professional sports, it's become data-driven.
Well, you just think about the pit road technology.
All right, pit road is open. Chris Neville.
Well, a lot of drivers talking about their cars being too free today. Casey Kane has been tight all day, saying he's giving up time entering turn 3. He said he'd also like a little bit more takeoff speed on restarts. Matt Kenseth, great run from 7th up to 4th on that last run, saying that car's still a little bit too loose. Jamie.
Kevin Harvick says he's getting a little bit looser. He's already adjusted the track bar 1.5 inches. They're going to make a wedge adjustment and 4 tires for the 4, Matt.
And the handle has gotten away from Joey Logano on the 22. He's lost both grip in the front and the back. In fact, he said when Harvick passed him for the lead, he totally lost the nose on exit. Solid stop so far. Air pressure change to try to fix it. It's going to be a battle off pit road, Mike.
Harvick out first. Logano. Then Kenseth, Hamlin, Kane. David Gilliland and Brendan Gaughan did not pit. They stayed out trying to lead a lap. Joey Logano slip sliding his way out of his pit stall.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Sprint. Bring us your Verizon or AT&T bill and we'll cut your rate plan in half. Visit sprint.com/half price. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance.
97 laps complete. See David Gilliland peel off from the lead to pit this time after leading a lap. We should have 1 to go right now. Can't tell you how much we miss our Fox NASCAR colleague Steve Burns, but he tweets in on the race about courses for horses.
Yeah, Burns, you know we love you. You know we miss you, brother. It's love to see you roaming that pits. You're the man.
Steve Burns battling cancer, and gosh, we sure hope he's back with us soon. Glad to have him. Glad to have him with us via Twitter.
Absolutely, he will be back though, guaranteed. Him and I were texting this morning. We always talk about trends before the race. He said, "Here's a trend. It's cold and rainy in Atlanta, and it's March 1st."
Jimmy Johnson came in 11th, went out 16th. 21 total spots lost on the last 2 stops for Johnson.
Look like at the snowmobile races.
But the weatherman has cooperated.
Oh, yeah, he's good to us. He's good to us.
Yep. 99 complete. Michael Annett got the free pass. His number 33 is back on the lead lap. So we will restart with 35 lead lap cars. Landon Castle and Austin Dillon in the garage. Dillon just now coming back out onto pit road after right rear damage and repair, new tires, and a wash.
Got that back window. He couldn't see anything behind him. The back window was covered up with mud.
Ready for the restart. Logano on the outside this time, but he gets a good launch off the outside, even with Harvick as they head for one.
But they got company. Matt Kenseth in that yellow 20 car. Remember, Matt started deep in the field.
That outside has usually got a little bit of advantage. You get a nice smooth run off of turn 2, but Harvick's going to fight back on the bottom, and he should have the advantage down here in the 3 and 4 running the bottom the way he is.
Wow, 4 cars under a blanket for the lead. And behind them from 10th on back, 3 wide.
Not good.
McMurray topside, Reagan in the middle.
Still outside.
Boyer inside. Look at the launch the one gets. McMurray off turn 2.
Yeah, David Reagan in that 18 car, he had to get out of the gas. He was getting loose.
Allmendinger goes top to bottom in the 47, trying to get past Reagan and Truex.
Mike, here's another classic case. Get all you can on this restart.
Boy, A.J. Allmendinger in that 47 car, he was all over the place. Backed out of it and gave the line there to Martin Truex in the 78. Casey Mears in the 30. That's 3 single car teams right there, all fighting with each other, battling with each other.
Jeff Gordon, 8th place. Pulling up on Carl Edwards in the 19.
You know, Larry, Carl didn't seem to be great. He just seems to be okay. He kind of maintains, but he hadn't been able to really move forward very much.
Yeah, they've been bumping inside, outside, top 5, top 10. Hadn't been up there battling for the lead yet.
Kyle Larson back at 18th. Brett Moffitt in a substitute role for Brian Vickers, who returns to the seat next week. Moffitt trying to hold his own here ahead of Trevor Bayne.
Yeah, he's 19th right now. Not a bad job. And, you know, when you see those yellow bumpers, got to keep an eye on those yellow bumpers.
But
That
you got to give him
rookies.
you got to give him some credit sitting there inside the top 20 in that 55 car.
I like yellow bumpers.
Trevor Bayne in a full-time Sprint Cup ride for the first time in his career with Roush Fenway Racing in that number 6 behind Almirola. And to his inside, Paul Menard.
Trevor Bayne, Bob Osborne. Trevor getting a chance to run all the races in the Sprint Cup Series this year. Good for him.
Johnson Keselowski once again. This time it's for 10th place.
And if you said Bob Osborne, you might say, well, I've heard that name before. That was Carl Edwards' crew chief a couple of years ago when Carl was battling Tony Stewart for the championship.
At 105 laps, let's have a look at our Toyota top performers. Matt Kenseth, Denny Hamlin are going to top that list right now. 2 of them in the top 5. Carl Edwards in the top 10. Clint Boyer, David Reagan.
Larry, I just don't see, and I know the weather's a factor, but I don't see where it taking away downforce. They cut 2 inches off the rear spoiler. It was 8 inches, now it's 6. Took a little bit of a pan out from the front, narrowed that up a little bit, dropped the horsepower about 150, and we're running the same speed that we always do here.
Definitely not slowed them down. Joey Logano's pole speed was over 194 miles per hour on Friday.
If anything, I think it speeded them up, but then again, you got to remember the weather's a factor too.
But here's a trend, Darrell. Those 3 drivers on the screen, Harvick, Logano, and Kenseth, between the 3 of them, they led every lap in yesterday's Xfinity Series race.
And the guys tell me, the ones that have run both, they say these cars are acting and driving a whole lot like the Xfinity cars do now. A little less horsepower, a little less downforce, very similar. So there's a lot to be learned. I think as we go down the road here, you're going to see more and more of these guys trying to get an Xfinity ride for that experience.
Johnson and Newman for 9th. You're riding with Keselowski just behind them. Brad does not see what we see. This camera with the cracked lens is mounted on the roof of the car. He doesn't have to look through that, thank goodness.
But I do go back to a report that Jamie did on Brad Keselowski. This is a little bit unusual as he's getting up there trying to mix it up with Ryan Newman in that 31 and take away that 10th spot. Last year, if one Team Penske Ford driver was running well, the other was right there racing with him. And we've not seen that this week here at Atlanta. Joey Logano's sitting on the pole, running second right now, and Brad has just struggled to somewhat stay in the top 10.
You never know what Brad and Paul Wolf are thinking. They're big picture thinkers, and they may be working on a package right now that is so different than what Joey's got, but thinking it's going to be better down the road.
But Jamie, earlier he said there was something fundamentally wrong with that car. Have they fixed it?
They have not fixed it. He continues to struggle, staying loose in and tied off, and he's been really loose. You can visibly see the car twitch. They lowered the air pressure, took some wedge out, and put 4 tires on it, trying to help him out this run.
He's in 10th place. Not quite 6 seconds behind race leader Kevin Harvick. It's Harvick Chevy, Logano's Ford, and Kenseth's Toyota.
You're watching the Folds of Honor QT 500 on Fox.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness. Kevin Harvick, your leader. Joey Logano has led the most laps today as we take a look at the Budweiser race summary with Michael Waltrip. Chris Myers. You're watching NASCAR on Fox live from Atlanta. Denny Hamlin has just moved into second place, and you see that we've had 5 leaders and 10 different lead changes. Harvick started at the rear of the field and took the lead for the first time on lap 87. And Michael, let's talk about the Toyotas with Hamlin moving up. Matt Kenseth running in the top 5. Joe Gibbs Toyotas have won 2 of the last 3 Atlanta races. They only had 2 wins all of last year.
Yeah, and Carl Edwards has also been really strong today, along with David Reagan. He cracked the top 10 before this last caution flag, so the Toyotas seem to have speed. But look at the top 3, Chris. Harvick, Hamlin, and Logano all went to Miami last year with a chance to win the championship, and now they're racing for the win here in Atlanta. We knew if you were good in Miami, you'd probably be good here, and it's proven to be true.
Matt Kenseth, and we had 5 past champions starting 30th or beyond, including Harvick, whom we've mentioned. All have cracked the top 10 with the exception of Tony Stewart today.
Yeah, and Tony's struggling. He just now cracked the top 30s and running in the 29th position, which is really confusing. I know it is for Tony as well. His team car is leading the race, and Tony's back in 29th.
Jeff Gordon and Jimmy Johnson in their Hendrick Chevrolets battling it out as well. Jeff Gordon currently running 6th. Jimmy Johnson right behind him at 7th. And then there's Casey Kane, who won this race last year. It was the only race he won to get himself into the chase.
You know, and all night long last year, Casey just got better and better and better. And on that last restart, he put himself in a position to win. He loves this racetrack. His car's solid right now. I would watch this car in the second half of the race. He could really make a run at these guys.
You touched on David Reagan subbing for the injured Kyle Busch, the only home state driver, grew up 100 miles from this racetrack.
He's done everything that team's needed him to do so far. He's been competitive. He's moved forward. He, like I said, he cracked the top 10 earlier, and now he's battling with Kyle Larson. Good run for Reagan.
And Brad Keselowski into the top 10. This is his worst finishing track average at 24th, hoping to make a move today. Let's rejoin Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. 120 laps in the books next time by. Kevin Harvick, like his car is on rails down at the bottom of the racetrack. 1.3 seconds up on Denny Hamlin now. Joey Logano 2 seconds back as Harvick laps past Mike Bliss.
Mike, I don't know if you can tell it or not. I think the fans at home, when we started this race, it had no rubber on it. It rained and there was not a lot of rubber on it. The turns were almost gray. And now if you look at the racetrack closely, you'll see that there's a distinct black groove around the racetrack. A lot of rubber been laid down, and that's one of the reasons why I think Joey Logano is falling back a little bit. Harvick, who led the majority of this race here last year, has now got the right setup. Look at the track now, the way it is now, and what it was like when we started this race. It's gone through an incredible transition.
I'm not sure I've seen the track look like this at all the entire weekend.
And I think that's changed the complexion of the race.
Harvick, your leader. 14 seconds back is David Reagan, who's now running in the 18th position. Matt?
Mike, with all the slip and sliding going on from our different camera angles, I know there's one guy who would love to be here. This is his type of race, and that's Kyle Busch. Loves to get it elbows up and just manhandle that race car in this type of conditions. Good news for Kyle and his fans. Kyle was released from the hospital, went home yesterday. He's watching the broadcast from his house, and we're sending out our thoughts and prayers for a quick recovery. And right now, I would know that he would love to know that right now the guy that's in his car, David Reagan, he's searching around trying to find better lines to get a better handle on the car. It's just too free at the junction.
I tell you something else that's changed the way this race is going. The apron finally dried off. It was a little wet when we started. And where is Kevin Harvick running? And most of his left side wheels are on the apron. He is eating that bottom up.
And he's not moved off that bottom very much, and he did the same thing yesterday in the Xfinity Series race.
People, I know you won't believe this, but there is grip on that paint. Once it gets warmed up a little bit, gets a little rubber on it, those left side tires love that paint. Watch him on turn 3 and 4 here. He'll get that thing right down on that yellow line.
Do you know that Joey Logano currently in 3rd place? It's the worst he's been since 10 laps to go in the Daytona 500. He hasn't been that far back. And here comes Carl Edwards. Carl from 7th place, and in his tire tracks, the silver car is Jeff Gordon. Matt?
Mike Gordon is starting to migrate around different spots of the racetrack, trying to find grip. Right now, the biggest battle, though, may be what we've all been talking about, tire management.
They just quit on me. I don't know, man. They're just right sides, and it just all of a sudden went to jump. Just settle in here. Just settle in. You'll be fine. Just get your rhythm.
Mike, remember I told you about 10 or so laps ago, Jeff Gordon looked like he hit the afterburner. He went by his teammate Jimmy Johnson. He went by the 5 car of Casey Kane, and I thought, man, he's found something. He wore his tires out.
Ooh.
He's run it too hard and wore his tires out, I think is what's happened to him.
And we're 125 laps into this race. We are now in the longest green flag run that we've had this entire race, but we still are about 20 laps away from what would be green flag pit stops.
Yeah, it's been 30 laps, Larry, since those tires were new, and he's got to make them last another 20?
Another 20 laps, unless what might happen here, we saw it yesterday, is someone starts short pitting coming in early, and then you can't be far behind, is now Casey Kane in that 5 just went by his teammate Jeff Gordon in the 24 for 8th.
I don't mind short pitting, but I don't know if I'd do it right now or not, because they're still not sure the tire situation. About the time you short pit is right when people will start to have some kind of problem. I might wait it out a little bit this go round.
So short pitting is coming in to get fresh tires before you run out your fuel allotment and have to pit for fuel. Michael?
Guys, you got to watch this 4 car. The reason why he's so good here is that timing, the rhythm that he spoke of. Look how low he keeps that car. He keeps it right down on that yellow line, especially off of turn 2. I think the reason why he gets so much grip is because nobody else runs down there. There's just a little bit more bite down there, and he really dedicates himself to being disciplined. Let off the gas, get on that yellow line, and then watch how long he hooks it around there. Way up onto the backstretch before he ever even gets near the outside wall.
No, but you're right, Michael, because most drivers I've been watching, they're about a half a lane off the bottom or even higher up the racetrack.
9th place, Gordon and Keselowski continue to battle.
But you know what, Mike? I think they have made that 2 car a lot better, because Brad Keselowski can go back around Jeff Gordon, who seems to be struggling right now, waiting for his pit stop to come up. But I think they made the 2 car a little bit better. And don't count those guys out, because I've seen those 2 pull a rabbit out of the hat many a time.
Well, and to Michael's point, here's Keselowski hooking the bottom and taking the short way around. And yeah, if your car will grip the racetrack down there, that's your advantage.
It's no secret. It's not a secret that that's where you like to run. The secret is, can you get your car to cooperate or not?
Daryl, back to the conversation about short pitting or coming in before you absolutely need fuel. The drivers that are more apt to do that are the ones that are about to go a lap down, where they maybe can get advantage of those fresh tires and stay on the lead lap.
I'm with you on that one, Larry. I agree.
Kevin Harvick is looking for his 5th straight top 2 finish. Winner of 2 of the last 3 as he hooks the bottom around Atlanta.
Dragging the line.
Welcome back to Atlanta. 136 laps complete, 189 to go. We're not too far away from pit stops. See that grill on Sam Hornish's car is still holding on as Kevin Harvick has now led 48 laps of this race.
Man, he's working it. He ain't letting up, I can tell you that. You can see him fight with that wheel.
Denny Hamlin has not led, but he is holding station 1 3/4 seconds back. Dale Earnhardt Jr. has taken third from Joey Logano. As here comes Matt Kenseth for an early stop, Chris.
Well, Matt Kenseth saying that they're leaning a little bit too much on that right rear about midway through the run. That car getting a little bit too loose. 4 tires.
And that right there somewhat could start forcing the hand because Matt Kenseth was actually running up there near the lead. So this could force the hands of these other drivers to start making those stops. In fact, here comes Logano.
Joey Logano in the pit lane. And others to follow. Ryan Newman is in. Jamie McMurray is in.
I think our leader is possibly coming this time.
Jamie?
Ryan Newman's latest comment was, I'm trying to keep it on the yellow line, but it doesn't want to stay. A wedge adjustment and 4 tires for the 31. Matt?
Several laps early for Joey Logano. The car just not consistent. Both tight and free. You can see the wrench in the back window. They're going to make a chassis adjustment. And he's away. Jamie.
And Kevin Harvick is in, telling his crew chief, you see the 43 Eric Almirola as he finishes up his stop. The leader, Kevin Harvick, in his box, saying the last adjustment really didn't help him at all, but the car has been that good. A 4-tire stop. Meanwhile, the 19 is in, the 5 of Casey Kane there on the right-hand side of your screen. Carl Edwards' car has been good. They've been adjusting throughout the day. Another 4-tire stop here. They filled him up with Sunoco fuel. And Denny Hamlin is in. Neville?
Denny Hamlin finding a pretty good balance early in the run, but as it was going on, he's just saying that car progressively getting looser and looser.
The 18 of David Reagan is in. They're going to try to tighten up his race car, the 88 of Dale Earnhardt Jr. Also, a chassis adjuster for him. Meanwhile, the 24 of Jeff Gordon. Remember, he talked about how he had lost the balance both front and rear on that 24 machine. Significant air pressure change for Gordon. Jamie.
Keselowski just having issues with this car. He's tight in traffic, loose by himself. The 24 pulls out. The 2 on board with that cracked screen on that camera on the roof of his car needs some more help. The car just not to his liking, saying he needs to drive it a specific way for it to handle well. So they'll adjust on that as Tony Stewart pulls out of his box.
To my point, though, about short pitting, Matt Kenseth in that 20 hit pit road first. We cycled through those green flag stops in 4 laps. He now has the lead because he got that advantage of those 4 fresh tires, even though it was only about a lap or 2.
Paul Menard is the last driver to make his pit stop under this sequence.
And one thing, I watched everybody come on pit road, and boy, do they respect this pit road. One of the toughest in the sport to get on, and everybody really respected it. Came in there nice and orderly.
So that's the first round of green flag pit stops today, and Matt Kenseth with that strategy of pitting first and having the advantage of fresher tires. That will catch up with the rest of the field, but for now it has put him out front.
In fuel-wise, they could go another 8 to 10 laps, but I just think when he hit pit road, that forced the hand of everyone else to have to come to pit road as well to get those tires.
So Kevin Harvick is now second, 1 second behind. Rounded off. Denny Hamlin, 2 seconds back, third. Joey Logano, fourth. Dale Earnhardt Jr., fifth.
Matt Kenseth just ran a 29.71, and Harvick ran a 29.17.
We always like to take a look at green flag pit stops because obviously the driver plays a role getting on and off pit road. What this is right here, this is the 2 laps, including the pit stop, and you can see right there, Carl Edwards and that 19 crew, they had the best. That includes the pit stop and the lap in and lap out.
Matt Kenseth, a close second on that list. Kenseth pitted from 5th place. He was 4.7 seconds off the lead when he pitted. He came out the leader at the end of the round of stops by almost a full second. That's that advantage of having fresh tires sooner.
That was about 4 seconds of an advantage, 2 laps.
I don't think he's any match speed-wise once they get going for that 4 car. Again, I watch the lap times, and there's a significant difference in what the 4 can run and what that 20 car Matt Kenseth can run. Harvick is quite a bit faster.
Well, Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 got a great run through 1 and 2 up top, trying to get up there and battle Joey Logano for the 4th spot. I just think as this track is rubbered up, they've somewhat lost the advantage they had with that 22 car of Logano.
Yeah, we definitely have, Larry. There's something going on there. They need to make another change. Of course, he's got that track bar adjuster in the car that he could be working with. Maybe they'll hit on, maybe he will hit on something with that.
Use your stop as you need to. 4 Copy.
That almost sounds like a loose wheel. Stop if you think you need to. Ooh. That's usually left up to the driver when you hear that there might be a loose wheel.
And that is a rule change this year. Previously, when the NASCAR inspectors were stationed 1 per pit on the outside of the pit box, they monitored for 5 lug nuts being tight. One of the changes this year is that the inspectors are now, for the most part, behind the pit wall, and it is up to the teams to police themselves on lug nuts as Kevin Harvick retakes the lead.
Yeah, one thing that these teams can do, Mike, they have pressure sensors in the airline. If a driver's questioning, do I have a loose wheel, they can go back and look at the spikes and the reading of that airline to see if they see 5 spikes per wheel.
I figured this new rule with all of them don't have to be tight would really help some of the old retired tire changers, because I knew a lot of them that could get 3 tight. They just couldn't get 5 tight.
You won a lot of races with just 3 tight.
Yeah. Where's old Bob at? He was pretty good on 3 lug nuts. See if we've seen any more tire issues in the pits.
Well, let's check with Chris in Matt Kenseth's pit.
Well, one of the main reasons that Matt Kenseth came a little bit early on that last stop is the right rear tire. You can see there it was rubbing on the bodywork. So Matt Kenseth felt that in the car, told the team, and that's why they ended up coming in just a couple laps earlier than everybody else.
Actually, I'm not sure, Chris, if that's a rub on the bodywork. That's just what these tires do. They come unraveled like that. Once you wear through in a spot, it kind of breaks the cord or whatever how they're wrapped, and they start coming apart.
Let's go to Joey Logano's pit, Matt.
Mike, every driver has a different description to try to translate to his crew chief and team. Either the car is tight or loose, and how much so. Now, Joey Logano, they use more of a scale. What you heard was Joey said that the car is a 3 loose, trying to tell Todd Gordon just how much on the free side. No loose wheels on the 22.
But we talked about it earlier, the speed you're running around here and as much time as you spend in the corner. If that thing is on the loose side, you have to be worried about that right rear. As Joey Logano just continues to lose spots. Now he's lost the 5th spot to Jimmy Johnson in the 48.
But I like that numerical scale, Darrell, because when the driver says I'm loose, the crew chief's got to come back with how loose is it?
Exactly. No, from 1 to 10. That's a great way to analyze your car and helps the crew chief understand how serious a problem you have.
It's like when you go to the hospital and they hold up that pain chart. What's your pain on a scale of 1 to 10?
Give me something for it and I'll tell you.
Our Fox NASCAR mid-race report on the way. We've got 152 complete here in Atlanta.
Time now for the NASCAR on Fox mid-race report live from Atlanta. Cool mist has been falling all day. It's been a tale of two drivers, Joey Logano and Kevin Harvick, who finished 1-2 at the Daytona 500. They've led the most laps today. Darrell Waltrip, who are you keeping an eye on?
Listen, I got to go with the 4-car, Kevin Harvick. He's got 5 straight top 2 finishes over the last 5 races. He started in the back. He's leading the race. Kevin Harvick taking the victory circle today.
Well, I agree with you, Darrell. He's going to be hard to beat, but Dale Jr. can do it. We saw him slip his tires on an earlier restart. He's got the experience of that. A late restart could decide this race. Look for Dale Jr. to be in a position to win late.
Michael, the Toyotas of Joe Gibbs Racing, 12 wins in 2013, but only 2 last year. The man that took him to victory lane last 10 months ago, Denny Hamlin, I think he goes to victory lane today, Jamie.
I'm keeping my eye on the 48 of Jimmy Johnson. He started in the back, overcame a pit issue where he had to back up, lost all kinds of track position. He's back up to 4th, and right now his crew chief Chad Canal saying, Jimmy, you are the fastest car on the track.
Although he has not led yet today, Carl Edwards has won Atlanta 3 times. His team, Joe Gibbs Racing, 11 wins here with 4 different drivers. Will Carl be the 5th one to win for Coach Gibbs today?
And Coach Gibbs enjoying Matt Kenseth, who it's been 45 races since his last win. He's led the 3rd most laps today, complaining more recently that his car is loose, trying to hang in there with the leaders. And at the 500.5 mile race, 5 times this race has ended with a green-white checker overtime finish. And last pass drama is commonplace here in Atlanta. The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Toyota. Let's go places. And by Navy Federal Credit Union, proudly serving the armed forces and their families for over 80 years.
Kevin Harvick continues to lead Denny Hamlin by 3/4 of a second. Every weeknight, don't miss NASCAR Race Hub for the latest news from on and off the track. Monday, they'll recap the action from here in Atlanta, being joined by Jimmy Johnson's crew chief, Chad Knaus. Tuesday, guest analyst, Daytona 500 winner, Joey Logano. NASCAR Race Hub, weeknights, 6 Eastern, only on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Now, David Reagan is in 21st. He's about to go a lap down here to Kevin Harvick. Look at Kevin Harvick and laps led. Dominated yesterday. He and Joey Logano today.
Now, Larry, I'm not throwing cold water on your theory, okay? But Kenseth is now running 8th after making that, short pitting early. He seems to be falling back a little bit quicker.
He's on pit road, Chris.
Well, it just seems like a few laps ago he was battling with Kevin Harvick for the lead, but since that last pit stop, he's saying that right now that 20 car, the worst it's been all day. So loose, he can't even drive it. So big adjustments on this stop.
Well, and remember that right rear tire, what it looked like. If it's that loose, I'd say that right rear tire could be in trouble again.
And he may not have short pitted. He may have had to pit. He had no choice with the tire in the shape it was in.
Yeah, I don't know that pitting that early will force the hand of these drivers like it did the last time.
His teammates, Denny Hamlin in 2nd, Carl Edwards in 6th, and David Reagan now a lap down in 20th. Brett Moffitt, the 55, is also a lap down. As Jimmy Johnson pulls up alongside.
And we talk about David Reagan in the 18 car. Adam Stevens is a new crew chief to Sprint Cup Series this year, and then you throw in David Reagan, and they've got, they're going to have to learn each other. They have to learn how to communicate with each other.
All right, let's get an update on Kenseth's stop. Chris?
Mike, taking a look at the tires that just came off that car, and they look a little bit better. That right rear looks a little bit better than the last set, but you can see that inside shoulder on that right rear still really beat up from the 20 car.
Well, he only ran 30 laps that time, and the last one that came off that car, he had ran a total of 38 laps.
Now, another driver who has had his struggles today is Brad Keselowski. Jamie?
And he's saying he's snappy loose, just too free off is the issue. And now he says he has a loose wheel, but only a little bit.
Well, let's see if we can get an idea here. You never want to turn to the right. You don't want to do that. That means the car is just getting, as he said, snappy loose. You watch him, he'll turn to the left. Then the front tires will catch, and that's when the back end snaps out. And that's the worst feeling a driver can have because it's so unpredictable, and you're just not sure what the car's going to do. See that? I mean, that's a car that's not in the racetrack at all.
All right, let's check with his teammate who led most of the first 90 laps of this race, Joey Logano. Matt?
And Joey Logano, Mike, is getting close to his window of pitting now. Just like in the NFL during the cold weather months, you see a lot of players on the sidelines with a stationary bike trying to keep the muscles warm so that way when these athletes go over the wall, they're not stiff and they can perform up to their expertise. And they brought a bike here for the Team Penske team this year. They've got it here in the 22, and they've been using it all day.
Yeah, fuel-wise, they can go to about 185 to 190, but I'm going to say we're at lap 173, somewhere close to 180. I bet we start to see an outbreak of green flag pit stops, if not a lap or two sooner.
Danica Patrick right now the last car on the lead lap in 18th place. And just about a second and a half behind her is Kevin Harvick, teammate and the race leader. There's Harv with Alex Bowman in the number 7 in between.
Tell you, a guy that's running a typical Darien Grubb race is this guy right here. Not making any noise, just hanging in there. He's running in the top 5 or 6 right now. Car looks good. These guys are pacing themselves.
Debris down the front.
And caution is
Debris
out.
down the front.
Debris on the front straightaway.
That's not what Matt Kenseth wanted to see. He wanted to see this thing cycle through these green flag pit stops because right now we only have about 18 drivers on the lead lap.
Now, just like last year, 4 cautions in the first half of this race. Last year we had a total of 10. This is the 5th caution flag of the day.
I think it's a really timely one, though, because as we've documented here, I think the track has gone through a big swing, a big change, and you're going to have to make a big swing at your race car right now if it's not right.
Casey Mears will get the free pass. He was running 19th, the first car 1 lap down.
Now, one thing that Matt Kenseth and Jason Ratcliffe could do here, they have 7 laps on their tires. They could roll the dice and take what we call the wave around. Stay out, go around the pace car. The only way that would work is we need another quick caution. Otherwise, they'll probably go a lap down in a hurry.
I was going to say, they better put the shovel down right now because that's just making the hole deeper unless they would get a quick caution.
Kenseth is 24th, 1 lap down. This caution flag ends a green flag stretch of 76 laps.
St. Clair wasn't long ago. We had, what, 34 cars on the lead lap there at one time, and now we're down to 17, looks like, 18.
Here they come, Chris.
Well, crew chief Dave Rogers was making a lot of big adjustments to the 11 car in the first half of this race, but right now Denny Hamlin saying the car pretty good, if anything, just a little bit snappy loose off the corner. Jamie.
Kevin Harvick says he's not very good in 3 and 4. Air pressure adjustment, they'll take that wedge out. Meanwhile, the 48 says his car's pretty good, needs more rear grip before tire stop, Matt.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. already in his box. Jr. says still needs help, more front grip. He was asked if his track bar adjuster was working. He clicked it a couple times. He did not believe so. He was asking for his team to look underneath to see if there might be some debris.
Denny Hamlin, first off pit road.
We saw that a lot in 2014 by that 11 pit crew.
Those air guns in that pit box make a funny noise. They are fast.
There is Hamlin gaining advantage of a quick stop.
.147 laps to go with Michael Waltrip. Chris Myers here, live in Atlanta. Time for a KFC race break. A quick recap. We had a little misty rain falling. Rain earlier this morning caused a little bit of a delay before we started this race. Scheduled for just over 500 miles. Drivers waited patiently. So did the fans. loyal fans hanging in there. Joey Logano from the pole, won the 500 last week, led early. Kevin Harvick started 40th, but quickly moved his way up into the top 10, eventually taking the lead.
I love NASCAR. We said before the race started, the pole sitter was going to be a favorite and the guy starting last. Harvick proved right away he was a contender.
And some of the drivers talking about this being the new Darlington, the way the track relates to tires. You saw Austin Dillon having some problems with his tire. And then Harvick leading for the first time on lap 87. Kevin Harvick is having the best coming into this race, best 4-race stretch of his career. He's finished either first or second in the last 4 races. At the moment, he slipped behind Denny Hamlin and Dale Earnhardt Jr., but in the green flag runs, Harvick has been steady. I guess Logano and Hamlin right behind him.
Yeah, Hamlin is closing ground. We heard his crew chief say they made some major changes during the first half of the race. Now they're just tweaking that car. Could be a good sign for Denny Hamlin. He won here a couple years ago, and he's putting some pressure on Harv now.
And Matt Kenseth gets the wave around, so he's back on the lead lap.
Risky move, though, boys. You know how important tires are. He's got 7 or 8 laps on those tires already. If he doesn't get a quick caution, this could bite him.
That's been your KFC race break report. Enjoy the chicken and biscuits. Let's go back upstairs for the restart. Mike?
Thank you, Chris. Denny Hamlin and Dale Earnhardt Jr. will be the front row. Now, the last time Jr. restarted outside the front row, he went from 2nd to 8th in 1 lap.
And just to make sure we explain that wave around, if you stay out and you do not come to pit road at any point during the caution, and all the leaders come to pit road and you're in front of the leaders, you can go around the pace car and tack onto the back of the field, and that's what we call the wave around. Right now, Matt Kenseth is back on the lead lap.
And right now he is praying for a caution flag. Quick.
Darrell, what does Dale Jr. have to do to keep even pace with Hamlin on this restart?
I don't know. I bet if he could figure it out, a lot of people would like to know as well, because that outside is just, you just can't get going out there. I don't know if it's where the tires line up on those black streaks. I don't know what it is, but the guys just cannot get going on the outside.
Junior's orange skeleton gloves will be auctioned off at the Dale Jr. Foundation website for multiple sclerosis awareness this race and all through March. Here we go, ready for the restart. Junior out in front just a bit. They're even at the line as Hamlin brings them back to green.
Dale Jr. did a nice job of staying with that 11 car through the restart box and on to the green flag waving.
I think, Larry, what he did, I watched him, he took a little bit different line. He was out wide and kind of swung down and tried to avoid those black streaks.
Johnson on the outside took it 3 wide to Carl Edwards and the rest of the pack, and comes up to join the front group.
Yeah, that Johnson, that 48 car, I watched him. He was coming to the front in a hurry there just for that caution. That car is looking good today.
Now to the inside. Johnson to 4th, going for 3rd in turn 1 against Logano.
But who's really losing ground is Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88. He was sideways off turn 4 the last time.
You know, Larry, I think there you go. There's your short pit.
There's what Matt Kenseth needed right there. Exactly.
Debris in turn 3.
I think the 26 car got into the wall somewhere. I see the right side of it all torn up.
Rookie Jeb Burton, who has already come back to pit road. The free pass car will be Brett Moffitt's Toyota. There's a look at Burton, and you see the right side scraped up a bit. 6th caution flag at lap 182.
You know what Matt Kenseth is saying right now? Great call, guys. Great call.
Under caution, 6th time today. Let's get another nationwide performance update on Dale Jr. Here's Matt.
Mike, it hasn't been an incident-free debut for the new track bar adjuster here in Sprint Cup. Dale Jr., right now, he has an issue. In practice, his teammate Jeff Gordon had an issue. He had the button on the radio button and the track bar adjustment button on the right side. He hit it trying to hit the radio. Junior's problem, much bigger.
All right, yeah, the track bar is still not working. I don't believe that it's moving, so I don't know. You can't see that string at all, so we'll just not touch it, and we'll make other adjustments.
And that's a nationwide performance update on Dale Earnhardt Jr. at 182 laps.
This is the first race for the driver to be able to adjust that track bar. It was not allowed at Daytona, and I think the teams, the drivers, everyone's going through a bit of a learning curve, because we've heard 2 or 3 times already today that they don't think it's working. You can still adjust it manually though, on a pit stop.
Sometimes I think those things are dumb. I mean, sometimes I think a track bar, you just move it just to make the driver feel better. You know, I know they're effective, but sometimes I think you just make a round or two just to make the driver feel better.
Matt Kenseth is in front of Chris.
Well, and the team telling him, hey, nobody else in pit lane here, so let's make sure no penalties, don't come in too early, don't stay in too many boxes on the way out, and telling the crew, let's be smart on this. Matt's still saying that the car is feeling a bit too loose early in the run, and it's just pivoting around that left front tire.
Now remember, he took the wave around on the previous caution and did not pit. So he's now back pretty much on sequence, albeit 7 laps later in the pits than the other leaders.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Ford. We go further so you can. By Nationwide. Nationwide is on your side. And by Aaron's, celebrating 60 years of helping people own it. No credit needed.
Denny Hamlin leading under caution. Sprint will cut your rate plan in half. Joey Logano has led the most laps today so far, 84 of them. Bring Sprint your Verizon or AT&T bill and turn in your old phone, and they'll cut your rate plan in half at a Sprint retail store or at sprint.com/half price.
I believe that little 11 car is going to be hard to handle right now. He was looking good right before that caution, and he's starting on the inside here. Might be the man for a while.
You knew who else is starting on the inside? How about Jimmy Johnson in that 48 car?
And he has been driving his heart out ever since that bad pit stop.
Don't believe Johnson has led today, looking at our leaderboard. And of course there's a bonus point involved there to take the lead.
I think the 48 team just wants to prove they're back. You know, I mean, they won 4 races last year, but he finished
they didn't
11th.
leave.
It wasn't like they were terrible, but they didn't dominate like they were accustomed to.
Want to give a great shout out to our entire Fox NASCAR crew, and especially the camera people and their spotters and runners and those that support them out there in the cold. 45-degree day, no exercise bike to warm up on, just swinging those big cameras around and helping bring you the pictures and accounts of this event. So
absolutely,
thanks to all of you.
Best in the business. It's amazing what they can do.
Coming to green, Hamlin and Harvick. Here we go. And Harvick from the outside did not get a great restart against Denny Hamlin.
Nope, he just can't get going out there. It's almost like Joey Logano's pit stall. He just can't get any traction out there.
Boy, Jeff Gordon got a great run on the outside of 2, but got clogged up in the middle of the pack. That hole just filled up.
Kevin Harvick in that 4 got a really good run through 3 and 4 that last time.
3-car breakaway. Hamlin, Harvick, Johnson.
Now, you know, we've talked about Harvick being a bottom feeder. I mean, he hadn't been up off the bottom much at all. And all of a sudden, last time by, he was moving up the racetrack a little bit.
Newman and Truex, and then behind them, the teammates battling right there. The 42 of Larson and the 1 of McMurray. Chris?
Well, the 78 coming off a great speed weeks down in Daytona, finishing in the top 10 early in this race. Martin Truex Jr. pretty frustrated, saying the 78 was just terrible. But later in this race, they've gotten progressively better. Early in the run, though, he says not good grip, but after 20 laps, he says the 78 starts to come alive.
Had only 1 top 5 finish last year. This year off to a much better start. Now here's Matt Kenseth at 18th with Casey Mears pulling up on Danica Patrick. Remember, Kenseth just pitted on the prior caution. He did not pit. He took the wave around to get back on the lead lap. So now he has to battle these cars for position to try to get back to the front.
Hello. Here I come. I'm freaky fast again.
Kevin Harvick back to the lead at lap 190. The last time a driver won after losing an engine in practice and starting in the rear was on this date in 2009. Kyle Busch at Las Vegas.
Well, I'd say Kevin Harvick's trying to change that stat today, as we got 135 laps to go with this 4 car, having to start at the rear of the field after qualifying second because he lost an engine yesterday.
And everybody was saying, oh man, they lost an engine, they're in trouble. The best thing it could have, if you're going to lose one, lose it in practice. Don't lose it today.
Jimmy Johnson moving on Hamlin for second.
And Larry, correct me if I think you told me there are 12 Hendrick engines, Chevy engines in the field.
There are, yeah. The Hendrick Chevrolet drivers, the Stewart-Haas Chevrolet drivers, Harry Scott Motorsports, as well as the Ganassi
boys, yeah.
How about Joey Logano? He's been kind of quiet in this middle third of the race, currently running 4th, about 2.5 seconds back.
Yeah, I mean, that car looked untouchable early in this race. But again, I think we've documented the changes in the track. The car doesn't like all this rubber on the track now, and they haven't been able to make the right adjustments. You watch the 2 car. This could work out good for him. Maybe the track change is something that they anticipated, and he'll be better in the second half of the race.
You know, Clint Boyer in that 15, we've not said a lot about him, but if you look at the last 2 races here, Clint had a Toyota that could win those races, had an engine failure 2 years ago and transmission failure last year.
I was kidding with him, but I said, you know, the worst compliment you can get from Daytona was you were a good pusher.
Yeah.
Oh, you're a really good pusher.
Well, he did. He pushed Joey Logano out front into the win. Right now battling Eric Almirola for 13.
Straight man, I know it sucks. It sucks watching it. Sore, bumper, barely.
Now right behind these 2 come Jeff Gordon and Danica Patrick. 15th and 16th. The last time we heard about Patrick, she had lost her tachometer and could not judge pit road speed. Jamie?
And Mike, that was caused from a fire, an electrical fire she had under the dash. They weren't sure if their day was going to be complete, but she's hanging on and doing a nice job guessing her pit road speed. Right now she's saying the car is a little too tight, but overall pretty good. They've been adjusting on it and they keep digging.
And remember, her career best finish in Sprint Cup was right here last year where she finished 6th.
The wide open, highest speed tracks seems to be where she's at her best.
She's been consistently, I mean, she was 20th for a while, then she was 18th for a while, and now she's 16th and progressively moving forward.
And look who she's there racing with. Jeff Gordon in that 24 car, who's won here, I think, 5 times.
And Larry, you mentioned earlier, and it's a fact, I've never met a more determined person in my life. She is determined to be successful in this sport at this level.
But don't flame her on Twitter. You'll get it right.
All clear. Good job.
Not a good idea.
Nope. Jimmy Johnson tightening things up at the lead. Kevin Harvick has one win here, a very emotional one, early in 2001. Since then, he's led over 500 laps at Atlanta in the Sprint Cup Series, but has yet to revisit victory lane.
Well, he's getting ready to lose the lead right here. I can tell you that. That 48, he's hooked up.
The hallmark of Jimmy Johnson's championships has been that he and Chad Knaus have an uncanny ability to make that car better at the end of the race than it was at the beginning, more often than not. Way more often.
Way more.
Here's Jimmy's day.
Well, and that right there, that's where he lost all those spots on pit road because he had to back out of his pits. But remember, started back in the 37th position.
But listen, when he had that problem in the pits, from that point on, I watched him. He drove with it. I mean, with determination. He would drive into he was passing people right, left, everywhere he caught them.
Third, fourth, Hamlin and Earnhardt.
You could hear Dale Jr.'s car there, the 88 car coming off turn 4, getting that little bit of wheel spin, which is something you fight at this racetrack. You run it, you come out of the banking, it flattens out, and you run out of grip right there.
Junior goes to the bottom on Denny Hamlin for third.
But what was interesting about this pass right here, he's trying to complete that pass. He got the run up on the top side and then took to the bottom to get by Denny in 3 and 4. Denny's trying to do the crossover.
This is when you're having fun right here. When you're able to race with your buddies and he passes you and you pass him back.
Great job.
It's a lot of fun when you can do that.
But that battling leaves Earnhardt 5 seconds off the race lead. Now we're back at 14th. Clint Boyer, Danica Patrick, they have passed Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, Danica is now looking, up on the back of Clint Boyer here, trying to take another position. Her car is really good right now.
There she goes to the inside on Boyer. Boy, they left Jeff Gordon a couple of seconds behind.
Yeah, Jeff just hadn't been able to quite match the speed of the 48 or the 88. His teammates just hadn't been able to quite get up there. And Casey Kane, 7th. But Jeff seems to be struggling a little bit with his car.
We saw that a lot out of Danica Patrick last year as Carl Edwards in the 19 battling Joey Logano. They're battling right now for the 5th position. But as we got deeper and deeper into a race, she would start picking up more and more spots. She just kept learning more and more about the characteristics of the racetrack.
Yeah, some of these high speed, I remember Kansas, she had a great run at Kansas, runs great here. Some of these bigger racetracks, high speed, she seems to does very well.
How about Clint Boyer right in front of her, Matt?
Mike, the caution came the last time at the best time for Clint Boyer. 4 laps before he reported to the team that he had a vibration. His biggest issue, the car is just too tight, especially when he tries to hook the bottom.
Well, that's the magic, hooking that bottom.
Jimmy Johnson in front by 7/10 of a second as a bunch of hardy fans brave the weather in Atlanta. Welcome back to Atlanta, where Jimmy Johnson is out in front of Kevin Harvick by the slimmest of margins. It's a car length or two, no more. They have left Dale Earnhardt Jr. 5.8 seconds behind. Denny Hamlin 7.5. Carl Edwards, Joey Logano all within about 10 seconds, 11 seconds of the race lead. Let's bring in our Fox Rules analyst, Andy Petrie. Andy, we've talked a lot about track bar adjustment, which is an option available to the teams. Not a requirement, though, is it?
That's right, Mike, and I think that's important to note because there are a lot of new rules. You've got the spoiler heights. You've got a lot of things that are mandated. They have to run. They don't have to run this track bar adjuster that the driver can get to. It's the first time that they've actually run it in competition. They've run it a lot in testing, but it is another point of failure possible on these cars. And not only that, the drivers are going to have to get used to having that adjustment in there. So we've heard a lot of problems. I haven't heard a lot of upsides to having it in the car today.
Now, Andy, we're closing in on what will be green flag pit stops, and we've had 6 pit stops already with 2 or 3 more to go. Do you feel like you're surprised we've not seen more pit road penalties?
Yeah, Larry, I'm actually shocked. I'm looking at the board here. There's only 4 penalties that have been called by the pro system today, and I think that is a real testament to the teams making adjustments and making sure that they're not getting penalized by this new system. And I think once you know how this thing is going to be officiated, that the teams can adjust to it, and they've done a good job so far today. But the most important stops are yet to come.
Thanks, Andy. Jimmy Johnson just held off a charge from Kevin Harvick there in traffic as they lapped past Tony Stewart, who has not been much of a factor today. Stewart in 29th, now 2 laps down. Wonder how much Kevin Harvick has for Jimmy Johnson. Well, we listened in.
Be ready. I don't know what's going on here. Just quit turning on entry. 10-4.
Mostly when a driver starts calling in, you hear a little urgency in Kevin's voice. He's thinking tires. They know that there's been a couple of 3 tire issues, and it kind of lingers in your mind. You don't get it off your mind, and now he's thinking, I got something going on here. Be ready.
Well, I'm going to say within the next 5 to 10 laps, we're going to see an outbreak of green flag pit stops. Jamie.
And Jimmy Johnson right now couldn't be happier with his car. He told me pre-race, though, I'm not sure what we have. We're loose on both ends, so the car, I'm going to say, is okay. Well, as the day's gotten on, this car has just been a rocket ship. He is hooked up. His crew chief, Chad Knaus, on the radio, all kinds of excited. So they're telling their driver, though, hang on, we're going to pit in about the next 6 to 9 laps.
That has been the hallmark of their championships. There is no one on pit road better at keeping up with track conditions than Chad Knaus.
Well, the bottom line is every driver out there is slipping and sliding. You just want to slip and slide the least amount.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. All that matters is how am I compared to the competition. And I saw Kevin Harvick make a real charge. I think he thought he had Jimmy Johnson passed, and then Jimmy was able to pull away just a little bit, and that's when Kevin called in and said, I might have something going on here. But I think Kevin's driving as hard as he can right now, trying to get back around that 48 car.
Now they're trying to work past Greg Biffle. All 3 of the Roush Fenway cars are right in a row. Stenhouse, Bain, and Biffle, 25th through 7th. Whoa.
See what I'm telling you? He wants that lead back. He wants to get in front before the pit stops take place. But the other thing, Larry, is when you start driving as hard as Kevin is, that's when you realize the tires aren't as good as they were early on, and they're giving up on you more too. So harder you drive, the more the tires give up.
Chris?
Well, Denny Hamlin was leading, quickly faded back to 4th. He said early in that run the car just too tight in the center and then snappy loose off. And he did say he felt the track has really changed a lot in this last 50 laps. Right now, before this pit stop, he's saying the 11 car just way too loose.
A challenging day for drivers. A chilly day in Atlanta. For fans, hope you're enjoying Fox NASCAR coverage with 107 laps to go.
And Mike, Larry, I'm watching that 4 car, and he's out of tires. I just saw he went into turn 3 right on the bottom where he likes to run. The car just shot up the hill. Went into turn 1 right on the bottom. Car shot up the hill. I think the car is out of tires.
Now, here's one thing that's unfolding. We're at lap 218. I think one reason a lot of these drivers may try to go to about lap 224 or 225, should we stay green, that makes it a one-stop race.
See Harvick's car to the left of Trevor Bayne moving around a lot on the bottom of the racetrack.
It's getting in the corner good. You see him right down there where he likes to run. But right here earlier on corner exit, the thing just started up the racetrack. You see right there a little bit. And that's just from lack of grip. And I think the tires are just gone on the car.
Well, Johnson has only been able to open up a half-second lead. So if Harvick's car is that bad, everybody seems to be fighting the same sort of trouble late in this run.
Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, these two cars, the 48 and the 4, have been running fast lap times, and you're going to wear out your tires when you push the car as hard as they are. And then they've been racing each other, trying to keep each other at bay.
They continue to drive away from Dale Earnhardt Jr., who is now 7 seconds back of the leaders.
Yeah, the only driver I see that right now can run laps even close to what Johnson and Harvick are running is Carl Edwards in that 19 car back in the 5th position right now, but he's 11 seconds back of the lead.
And again, if you're running a little bit slower pace, your tires are going to last just a wee bit longer than if you're up here leading the race, fighting with Kevin Harvick for the lead.
It's 3 Chevys, then 2 Toyotas, then Joey Logano's Ford in the front 6 positions. Clint Boyer taking 12th from Eric Almirola.
But that's what makes Jimmy Johnson and Kevin Harvick and all these guys running at the front of the field so great. Their tires are worn out. The cars are not handling good, but they keep the car under control. They just know a pit stop's coming. Drive as hard as you can go without tearing the car or wrecking the car. That's what their goal is.
21 cars on the lead lap. They're about to come up on Brett Moffitt in the 55, last car on the lead lap, and Joey Logano is coming in. So is Martin Truex. Chris?
And this team making lots of progress with that car, but he's still saying early in the run he needs more grip. It just doesn't feel like it's into the racetrack, but later in that run, that car's still looking strong. Matt.
And Tab Boy, Joey Logano's spotter, was trying to help him change up his lines compared to what Jimmy Johnson and Harvick were running to try to help tighten up his race car, just free from entry all the way through the corner to exit. Jamie.
Kevin Harvick said he was sideways all of a sudden and the car is free even though the track bar adjustment is all the way down. Wedge adjustment, tear off, and 4 tires. Chris?
Denny Hamlin was pretty happy with his car in the middle part of this race, but in the last 50 laps, he said the car just getting way too loose. So Dave Rogers, crew chief, making some big swings.
Edwards, Newman, Keselowski, Boyer, and Gordon in the pit lane, joined by Kenseth and Menard. Matt?
And they're calling Dale Earnhardt Jr. into his box. Jr. said the car is not bad. Meanwhile, his teammate Jeff Gordon is in as well. His car not good at all. Jamie.
And Jimmy Johnson, your leader, is in. Really happy with the car. Just wanted those 4 fresh sticker tires. They'll fill them up with fuel. Happy with the car overall. It's the best it's been all day. Meanwhile, the 88 is in.
Yeah, this set of green flag stops, it's going to cycle through in about 3 laps because everybody was screaming for tires.
Casey Mears is the race leader. As pit stops continue, the number 13 out in front now. Now he takes the call and comes to pit road.
48 had a pretty good stop there. It's a teeny bit slow on the right rear. Yeah, Kevin Harvick come out in front of him here as it cycles through. They come off turn 4.
And he also had to hesitate just a little bit leaving because Ryan Newman in the 31 was turning in.
Now Johnson had a slight lead, a 0.7 of a second lead prior to pit stops, but now after these green flag stops, it is Kevin Harvick in front of Jimmy Johnson by about that same amount. Lug nuts a flying in Atlanta.
You're watching the Folds of Honor QT 500 on Fox.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Coca-Cola, the official soft drink of NASCAR. Coca-Cola, open happiness. And by KFC, the world's best chicken. How do you, KFC? Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, and 94 laps to go. NASCAR on Fox from Atlanta with Kevin Harvick in front of Jimmy Johnson and Dale Earnhardt Jr. Jr.'s yet to lead today. Best position second. Worst was 14th. The engine's at great speeds. Are you concerned, Michael, they'll hold up over this 500-mile race?
I am, Chris. We qualified at over 194 miles an hour. That means that right foot is on the floorboard a lot around this racetrack. Temperatures are cool, so those engines are zinging. They're running as fast as they ever have here at Atlanta. A lot of stress under the hood. These last 100 laps could prove crucial to what's under the hood.
And stress moments ago with Carl Edwards and Joey Logano.
Well, pitting is so difficult here at Atlanta. You got to slow down so much. You can see Alex Bowman slowing down. Stenhouse makes a move around him. Watch Matt Kenseth, though. Chain reaction. He's flying. He's going way faster than the cars he's around and almost makes contact right here with the 22 car. Just tense getting on pit road here at Atlanta.
Harvick and Logano led all but 3 of the first 96 laps. We've had 18 lead changes and, Mike, 9 different leaders so far.
Thanks, Chris. Casey Mears was late to pit in that cycle, so he's fallen back to 20th last car on the lead lap.
Well, that was our second set of green flag pit stops. The last time it was Carl Edwards. Look at Dale Earnhardt Jr. running third right now. That's the 2 laps, including the pit stop. Driver playing a role and pit crew playing a role. You can see Jimmy Johnson is not even on that list. Darrell pointed out a little slow on the right side. I pointed out he had to hesitate leaving because of Ryan Newman.
Jeff Gordon is on that list. He and Brad Keselowski second quickest there, but Gordon is back in 13th, and Keselowski also has not been much of a factor today, although he just broke into the top 10.
It's just remember, Brad Keselowski started 12th, and he's just been lurking right there.
Look at that. Jeff Gordon was committed to the bottom. They threaded the needle around a slower car. He had to stay to the bottom to get past Austin Dillon. Did it all right there on the apron.
Yes, sir. Well,
no lift.
That's it. That corner is tough enough to make it off there by yourself, let alone with a bunch of cars in your way.
Trying to hold off Jamie McMurray, but unable to do so there. So McMurray goes to 12th, Gordon 13th.
Boy, really surprised. I thought Jeff Gordon would run pretty good today. I thought he'd be a top 5 car, and the race isn't over with yet, but just hadn't had the speed, doesn't look like.
Now we mentioned Gordon. How about Keselowski? He's just broken into the top 10, and Jamie battling his way now up to 9th position.
And he just told his crew chief, I am out of control right now. I cannot pass. The car has not been good all day long. Although they have been adjusting on it. They made an air pressure and wedge adjustment there, but nothing seems to help. You see him seesawing that wheel to the right and to the left, just snappy loose and cannot pass.
Yeah, it's pretty, when you watch him here, the worst thing is when you have to turn the car back to the right. That means the car is loose, and you see him doing that a lot. You just can't go anywhere. You can't get the throttle down. You can't pass anybody. You just got to hang on to the thing.
Casey Mears trying to stay on the lead lap, got up and into the wall.
Hit the wall, you might need to come in.
That happened just in front of race leader Kevin Harvick, and now Harvick under fire from Jimmy Johnson, and the lead may change again here.
Again, these guys are having fun. This is fun. Okay, you pass me, I'll pass you back. Okay, let me size you up. I'm better than you are in 3 and 4. You're better than I am in 1 and 2. These guys are figuring each other out coming down the end of this race.
So that time, let's have a look and see, did Casey Mears break Kevin Harvick's momentum here?
I think Kevin probably lifted just a little bit because he wasn't real sure where that 13 was going to end up. And here comes Jimmy Johnson with a head of steam, goes high, is able to make the pass, but then Harvick gets back around him and sets sail.
Pretty hard hit for Casey Mears, but he has not come to pit road.
Nothing smoking. I mean, it looked like he slapped it pretty square. Both tires look pretty good. I don't see any body rub.
And he's trying hard to stay in that position, the first driver 1 lap down, where if we get that caution, he would get the free pass and be back on the lead lap. But the laps are winding down. Only 85 laps to go. Should we stay green? 1 more green flag pit stop.
And this is, Larry, I know you know this. This is when that's when that crew chief's picking your brain, buddy. you know, what we got to do. What do we need here? We're coming down to the last stop. Got to get it right.
And as you know, I study the trends, and if I look at the last 10 spring races here at Atlanta, the average of the last caution period comes out about lap 295 with 30 to go. The last 2 spring races here in 09 and 10, we did have a green-white checker.
All right, you saw Danica Patrick in danger of going a lap down. She's the last car on the lead lap in 19th. You're with Dale Earnhardt Jr., who is third. Matt?
Mike Dale Jr. picking up trends as well. Now, he told his crew chief Greg Ives, now my car ended extremely free that last run, but I don't want to make any adjustments because the trends that I'm feeling, the last run's going to be a short one, and my car is exceptional the first third of the run. So let's go with that plan, looking ahead to the final closing laps.
He works around David Reagan, whose car went loose and caused him to lose a lap a bit earlier. And let's go to Casey Kane's pit. Chris?
Well, Casey Kane was running their top 5 for most of the day, but he slid back to 8th now. He was tight early in the race, then went loose, now tight again. Said the car is working on the bottom. It's just more often than not he can't get there. And just minutes ago, he was just telling the team that the car is getting a bit hot.
Water's at 260. See some orange on the grill, but it looks like it's our own tape. Yeah, it's it, try your radiator fan. Keep us posted.
And you can see the orange tape there where they have added tape. Darrell talked about it earlier. That's like free aero. It helps the front tires grip, but helps the straightaway speed as well.
We don't have a lot of issue here with the tire rubber coming off the tires and getting hung up in the grills. But we're along, this race is getting down to that point where those kinds of things can affect the cooling. That screen wire on the front can get stopped up.
Everybody wondering how to make their car best for the run to the checkers.
The Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500 is sponsored by Cialis.
Kevin Harvick leading by 2 seconds yesterday here at Atlanta. in the Xfinity Series race on Fox Sports 1. Harvick went to victory lane, defeating Joey Logano, Ty Dillon, Chris Buescher, and Chase Elliott. Now, weekend sweeps in the Xfinity and the Cup Series. It's happened once, and it was memorable. It was Carl Edwards' first victory in each series, and it happened here in 2005. We listened in on race leader Kevin Harvick.
We can make it on one more stop. We'd have to go to about 47 laps on our tires. We've done 40 already and been okay. Sounds good to me.
And that's exactly what we set up before that last set of green flag pit stops, to make it to the end on one more stop. We're at lap 251 right now. We're going to need to go somewhere around lap 272, 273 right in there. Caution's out now.
Debris in the back.
Backstretch debris going into turn number 3 puts us under the 7th caution flag of the day at lap 253. So much for that strategy.
Yeah, no kidding. It always works that way. Burns up his calculator and then throws it on the ground.
Same as when I was the crew chief.
Matt Kenseth running 16th as the first car, 1 lap down. And he will get the free pass under this caution flag. So, Larry, even if they stop here, we're still going to have a 1-stop race?
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. But I still believe, if I just look at the trends, we will have more cautions before this race is over.
Well, here we are, getting late in the day and late in the race. And the aggression picks up, man. Where you were giving and taking a little bit earlier, you're not going to do that anymore. And that's why we get these late cautions.
Here's Kevin Harvick's day on pit road, our current race leader. Seven stops already. 2 under green, 5 under caution. Pit road's open. Here they come. Jamie.
And Kevin Harvick saying the balance was a lot better that time around. It'll be 4 tires. Carl Edwards asking for some ibuprofen after the run-in with the 22. And Joey Logano, no adjustments on his car. The 48 air pressure and 4 tires. Let's go to Matt.
And Dale Earnhardt Jr. in. We already told you what the call was from the cockpit of what Junior's plan was from here to the finish. So far, they stick to it. No changes on the 88 car.
Jimmy Johnson beats Kevin Harvick off pit road. And that's the way they'll exit, with Dale Earnhardt Jr. 3rd, Carl Edwards 4th, Joey Logano, and Brad Keselowski moves up. I believe that's the highest he's been all day. Jimmy Johnson, your leader in Atlanta.
Green. You're rolling great in front of you. Your lane's rolling.
It's all good in front of you, man. The bottom will be nice down here.
Tight in front of you, though. Tight in front of you.
Can't tell you can change lanes now if you want to.
Clear high, clear high, clear high.
Blowing engine. Blowing engine.
70 laps to go. Not a good pit stop sequence for Martin Truex. He did his job, as you'll see here, compared to Jimmy Johnson, but the crew was 4 seconds slower, and Truex went from 6th coming in to 13th coming out of the pits.
Really shame, because they've been running in the top 5 or 6 or with top 10 for sure most of the day, and that's a bad time to have a bad stop.
But that just shows you the caliber of these pit crews. 4 seconds and you lose that many spots.
But one thing I have seen today, Mike, Larry, is the respect that these teams have for this new pit road monitoring system. It's cameras that everybody's using. They have really learned their lesson at Daytona, and they've played well today.
Only one penalty on this sequence. Michael Annette's team, I believe, over the wall too soon. Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, Dale Earnhardt Jr., Joey Logano, Carl Edwards, Brad Keselowski, Hamlin and Kane, Newman and Gordon, the top 10. 16 lead lap cars. We're back under green. Logano to the outside.
Yeah, Kevin Harvick in the 4. He just did not get a good restart, and Joey Logano in the 22 jumped to the outside to take advantage of it.
That's very reminiscent of what happened here.
Oh, around goes Hamlin. And right in front of Boyer, and into the wall hard goes McMurray and Jeff Gordon.
Not again. Jeff's car is destroyed.
It's 2 weeks in a row for Jeff Gordon being involved in a late race accident.
And what do we say about these late cautions that kind of lead to cautions? It's just the aggression that comes out in these guys and gals when they get late in a race.
Well, we've talked about it all day. Trying to get all you can get on the first couple of laps on brand new tires.
Exactly. Let's see if we can determine what happened.
Now here comes the 78 up the middle. Denny Hamlin up there against Carl Edwards.
It's a 4 car there. Harvick on the outside. 22 Logano up top. Come off the corner clean right here.
Whoa.
Hamlin just spins out. The car just came around with him.
Nowhere for Newman in the 31 to go. You see Clint Boyer in that 15 barely squeaking by.
Boy, but did you see Jeff Gordon? He almost had that wreck cleared, and he caught the front of McMurray's car there, and that turned Jeff down the hill. Well, look at Harvick. He's struggling right there, and then here comes Hamlin. He just spins out. No, watch this. Here comes Jeff Gordon coming. Bam. He almost
had it missed.
Almost had it made.
Jamie McMurray got him, and then he hits the inside wall as well.
Those are hard licks, man.
Everybody scatters.
With that happening that close to the front of the field, we're very lucky we didn't have more drivers involved.
Yes.
We had enough as it was.
You see Hamlin there.
I
now,
think
Truex didn't cause it, but might that have taken the air off of Hamlin's spoiler?
Well, you know, the spoilers are 2 inches shorter this year than they were last year, but boy, Jeff hit that inside wall, and that's concrete where he hit it, right past the safer barrier. Jeff did hit that inside wall where the safer barrier actually ended.
Well, now, Atlanta added over 130 feet of softer retaining walls in different places for this race. But Jeff Gordon, this is about the 4th time in the last 3 years that his car has found an unprotected hard wall.
As I watched those cars might come off the corner, you saw Kevin Harvick get a little squirrely. His back end got out a little bit, and then right behind him, Hamlin just spun out. It's almost if it was something on the racetrack there. But then Jeff, who got clipped by Jamie McMurray's car, the 1 car, he went hard into that inside wall right past where the safer barrier ends.
But gosh, Jeff Gordon, I remember at Las Vegas, he found an opening and hit it. At Richmond, his car spun out of control in the backstretch. It hit it at least at Watkins Glen.
Yeah.
A really hard hit. Under caution for a 4-car pileup at lap 257.
Still outside 15. Clear low. Still outside. Clear behind the 15 spin. Just stay top. Go low now. Go low. Keep coming straight. Keep coming straight. Keep coming. You're fine. We're on the bottom out the wall. Watch it come off the wall. Oh, you're good. All clear. Still middle. You're clear up behind the 16. One back 51 up top. Check up here. Check up. Check up. Check up. Down. 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 Check up. Down to the middle. To the middle. To the middle. Keep rolling. Keep rolling. Yellow's out. Yeah. Oh. Nice job. Holy smoke.
That was a close call.
That was David Reagan, his spotter, when he said, whoop.
And this is Jeff Gordon climbing out of his car after a bout with the outside and the inside wall.
And I know what Jeff's pointing at, too.
The inside wall.
Yes, sir.
Concrete.
You see right there, you can see where he hit. And there's the end of the wall. And Jeff hit, there's his black marks going into the wall. And that's where he hit right there.
He is out of the race. So is Jamie McMurray. Ryan Newman has some slight damage from that one. But next week, we'll head for Las Vegas. It all begins Saturday on Fox Sports 1. NASCAR's Rising Stars in the Xfinity Series race. And then Sunday on Fox, the Sprint Cup Series and the Cobalt Tools 400. Brad Keselowski, last year's winner. A great weekend of racing action beginning Saturday on Fox Sports 1. Under caution with 64 laps to go in Atlanta. Jamie.
And Jamie McMurray back here in the garage. I know you haven't seen a replay. Here we go. See the replay for the first time. Jamie, what happened?
Well, I'm not real sure. I got underneath the 31 coming off of turn 2. I'll have to kind of watch it here with you before I say anything. Oh yeah, so the 11 just got loose. It's pretty hard to pass, and you run wide open so long that you take what you can get when you can get it. And the restarts are the best place to pass on the track, especially if you're on the bottom. It's a pretty big advantage here. So you're just racing as hard as you can, and unfortunately we just had an accident there. Our McDonald Chevy was really good today. I was really proud of Matt and our whole team. The track bar adjuster was really interesting. If you got off to play with that, and there was times you get your car back. I don't know that it necessarily created passing, but it saved you at times if the car got a long ways off. So it's interesting day.
Sorry, Jamie McMurray's out. Let's go back to Mike. We're under green again.
Green flag for the restart. 63 laps to go. Dale Earnhardt Jr., Jimmy Johnson, Carl Edwards, Joey Logano, Kevin Harvick, Casey Kane.
That's as good a restart as Dale Earnhardt Jr. in that 88 has had all day long.
There seems to be a sweet spot coming to get the green here that if you can hit it, you can get a good restart, but it's really, really small.
You know, we've had a lot of players at the front, but how about that orange number 19, Carl Edwards? He's been lurking back there all day long, and there he is.
Been keeping an eye on old Carl, you know. Like I told you a little bit ago, this is kind of a Darian Grubb, Carl Edwards kind of race. Just hang around. Sometimes you just got to let them come to you, you know. Sometimes you're not good enough to go up there and take it. You got to let it come to you.
Edwards slots in behind Logano. So it's Chevy, Ford, Toyota in the front 4 spots. Then Harvick's Chevrolet and Keselowski's Ford.
Darian Grubb's got a couple of wins here with a couple of different drivers. So he knows this joint pretty good. It's a 500-mile race. You don't want to use it all up early. I think he won here with Hamlin and Stewart.
And here comes Harvick right back at them, passing Keselowski and going after Edwards, number 19.
That 2-car, Brad Keselowski, that's a classic case. Never give up on your race car. They have fought that thing all day long.
I've seen them do it before, Larry, and that's why I said, you know, don't count him out. He's another one of those guys that just wouldn't count out. They got a magic wand down there somewhere. They just waved it over that car, and I think it really helped it.
Harvick passes Edwards, clears him coming off turn 2. What was the term that Keselowski used early in the race? Something is fundamentally wrong. Well, it's not wrong, not so wrong anymore. Back down to the garage and Jamie.
And Denny Hamlin is out of the car. It looks like you lost it all by yourself. What did you feel?
Yeah, I was right on the 19 entering 1, and he checked up, and if I didn't move to the right, I was going to spin him out. I was going to run right in the back of him. And when I moved to the right of him, it put me right on the door of the 4, and I just got sucked around, and that was it. So, apologize to all those cars involved. But it's tough. I mean, we had a good FedEx Ground Toyota for most of the day. We just lost the handle there on that last run, and kind of put us in a spot we hadn't restarted all day, and just got sucked around, got a little loose.
All right, and Mike, you just told me it could be part of the new spoiler being so short it takes air off a little bit easier than before.
Quite possibly. Thanks, Jamie. So Denny Hamlin trying not to run over his new teammate Carl Edwards. Goes around taking Jamie McMurray and Jeff Gordon out of the race with him.
When you get the cars in a cluster like that, I mean, the air is disturbed. It's dirty air, and the spoiler is 2 inches shorter than it has been in the past of last year, and it will make your car a little odd and a little weird when you're in traffic like that.
Here's Chris Neville.
Well, Jeff Gordon released from the infield care center, and Jeff, good to see you're okay. What happened there?
I saw the 11 get sideways, and I had him cleared. I stood in the gas and went by him, but I guess he might have clipped the 1, and it turned the 1 back into me. After that, I was just along for a ride. Looks like maybe the 31 came down and trying to avoid the 11, got into the 1, and then he clipped me in the left rear, sent me down the back straightaway. Wouldn't have been too bad, except for I found that one spot where there's no safer barrier. I can't believe it. That's amazing to me. Anyway, hopefully soon that'll get fixed, but it was a pretty big impact. I just, I hate it for this team. We were struggling. We didn't have the car, the 3M Chevrolet that I thought we were going to have, but we weren't giving up on it. We were going to make gains, and we finally got ourselves in the top 10, and I don't think we had a shot at getting in the top 5, but obviously not the way we want to start our season.
Yeah, problems at Daytona, problems in Atlanta.
In Jeff Gordon's Sprint Cup debut in November '92 in Atlanta, he ended up in a crash. Same thing happens in his final Atlanta race of his Sprint Cup career.
We talked about Kevin Harvick, the 4 car, being a bottom feeder all day long. And all of a sudden, he's looking around trying to find a new groove to run in. Dale Jr.'s up next to the wall going down into turns 1 and 2. Harvick's searching around. He was high the last time through here. He's back down on the bottom again, but he's trying to find a different spot because he's getting outrun pretty good. He's falling back to 4th place here with some guys that are running pretty good right now.
Well, Harvick's biggest problem right now is he is 0.3 of a second every lap slower than race leader Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, I think he tried a couple of different lines there, Mark. I was watching him, but it just looks like it's not working for him. And these other 3 cars are a little quicker than he is.
Out in front of Harvick, Joey Logano by about half a second in 3rd place in the rocking chair there, Matt.
Mike, he dominated this event early, and a few moments ago he was telling Todd Gordon, my car is not bad. It's just a tick tight right there through the center. But as Carl Edwards has a flat left rear, he said it's a tick free on exit, but I have no complaints. The 2 cars in front of me, they just have so much speed.
Saw Carl Edwards come off turn 2 and just almost stop. And he was running really well, but all of a sudden he got a left rear tire down here. He's coming to pit road right now.
He was in 8th, and there you see the tire shred as Edwards tries to make it back to pit road. Now, he was down on the apron when the tire came apart. We stay under green with 52 laps to go. Edwards makes it back to pit road.
I don't know if I didn't see any contact, but that's sometimes what cuts that left rear tire down, Jamie.
That's right, and what's interesting is all day long, Darian Grubb, his crew chief, has been commenting how good the tires look every time they come off the 19. And the last pit stop, they didn't make any changes. So kind of a freak thing. They're going to take a look at this left rear that's flat as they take it off, and it's completely shredded.
Now, he obviously lost a lot of time, but with making this stop here with 51 to go, he can go to the end. What he needs is it to cycle through the green flag stops that will probably happen in the next 20 to 25 laps.
I agree, Larry, but they're taking a mighty long time. They had to pull out a little sheet metal and look under there and be sure there wasn't any other damage, something that may have caused that tire to go down.
Yeah, because we saw Austin Dillon earlier. When one tire went down, it wasn't long after that another one went down.
Yeah, you got to take your losses right here and hope it doesn't happen again.
Currently, it's a 1-2 for Rick Hendrick Chevrolets. They have 12 wins here, tied with the Wood brothers for most Atlanta victories. Their first win at Atlanta for Hendrick Motorsports came with Darrell in 1989, the first of 6 Hendrick drivers to win races on this speedway.
I think what I'm most impressed with today is that 48 car. I just was wondering how this new rule package, I thought this rule package would suit Jimmy Johnson's driving style. The cars are a little freer, and you got to drive them a little looser. Fits right into this guy's wheelhouse. Last year, a lot of downforce, a lot of grip, and I don't think Jimmy liked that. He likes a car like this where you got to really wheel it.
So, Larry, in brief, they took about 100-some horsepower out of these cars. Just briefly describe some of the things they gave the teams to get that speed back with the reduction in horsepower.
Well, again, yeah, the tapered spacer, about 115 horsepower down, and they took downforce away. But actually, when you take downforce away, that gives you more straightaway speed. But I was just looking at Matt Kenseth in this 20 car. If you see right there, he was 1 lap down at lap 168. It was not that long ago at lap 252 he got the free pass, and they have been to pit road every time the caution has been out, including the last caution, making major adjustments to that 20 car, and here he's back inside the top 10.
Yeah, we saw him actually working up under the left rear of the car. So, Mike, about the rule package, they took engine horsepower away because they reduced the power of the engine, but they gave aero horsepower back by decreasing the size of the rear spoiler. So it looks to me like it's about a trade-off, about a balance. What they lost under the hood, they gained back on the back with the spoiler change. And they got a roller camshaft, which they didn't have before. They had a flat tappet. So it's a lot of technical little odds and ends, but when you put it all together and you add it all up, I think we're about right back where we were.
Look at the run. Kevin Harvick got off turn 2, catching Joey Logano midway down the back straightaway and motoring on. That is for 3rd place.
And that's something we didn't see Joey Logano losing many battles in the early part of the race, is the battle down the back straightaway, but all of it had to do with how Kevin got off of turn 2.
Yeah, but you know what? Joey's car is actually better than it was the last green flag run we had here, because he was falling back through the field pretty good. So just the fact that he's up here running in the top 5, they made the car a little bit better for him.
So here's Harvick and Logano. Right behind them, Keselowski up as high as he's been all day.
Yeah,
now in 5th.
The guy that's behind Keselowski, remember the 78 car, Martin Truex, trouble in the pits. He restarted 13th, and here he is, Larry, up here running 6th, and got a fast race car right now.
A nice rebound for Truex.
Yeah, and his lap times are as good as the leaders right now in that 78 car.
And maybe just a little bit better. That last lap, he was 2/10 quicker.
Mike Grill, 255 all of a sudden. 10-4, we're looking at you back around here.
Temperatures going up.
Well, and as the water temp goes up, obviously it gets to a point 260, 270 where you start to hurt the power. It's a pressurized system. You have to look at the water pressure gauge too to make sure you don't start losing water.
That's the big thing, the water pressure gauge. It gets over 30 pounds, it pops off, you lose water, and the engine won't last long when that happens.
Yeah, Mike and Darrell, 2 of the most impressive runs to me is Martin Truex Jr. in this 78. Mentioned him just a minute ago. Eric Almirola in that 43 car sitting there in the top 10.
Just saw a piece of clear plastic blow up from that air intake area on Martin Truex's car. Maybe that'll cool back down. Now behind Truex, the 7th place car is Casey Kane. Chris?
Well, earlier we reported that car was also running hot. Casey Kane on the radio again just minutes ago. That water temp still hot. They're looking, they might have to pit early. Jamie?
Just an update real quick on that tire that came off of Carl Edwards' car. They found that it was cut, and it was a slow leaking cut. Oh my gosh, he's sideways on the racetrack for Carl Edwards. So it was a slow leaking tire, and it eventually came apart and exploded, guys.
And that actually makes sense because he was really starting to lose ground, like something was amiss on that 19 car.
The problem for Edwards is he's now 2, not 1, but 2 laps down, trying to regain ground. He's in 20th place.
Talking about the 5 car, you know, they said the temps were up on it. I see they've added a piece of tape to that car at some point in time that they probably need to get off of it. That's the 19 car Carl Edwards here we're looking at right now. But you can see where they've added tape to the grill of this car as well. But it sounds like Casey Kane may be having an issue with his. It's so cool out there. That's a battle you fight enough, but not too much. Because aero, man, you stop that hole up in the front and these things will fly.
Matt Kenseth working on Casey Kane for 7th. And at the tail end of the lead lap, A.J. Allmendinger. He's running about half a second off Eric Almirola. Allmendinger in 11th place. And then 2 cars that have done a good job of hanging on to the tail of the lead lap. Brett Moffitt in a substitute role. Brian Vickers returns next week, but great job by Moffitt. Graduate of the K&N Series.
Rookie. Got him a yellow bumper, but he's doing a yeoman's job today.
And the last car on the lead lap is Ryan Newman, who was involved in that dust-up with Denny Hamlin, Jamie McMurray, and Jeff Gordon that took those cars out of the race. Newman able to continue and still on the lead lap. One of the great drives of this day is Martin Truex rebounding from a slow pit stop. He's gone from 13th back up into the top half dozen. We listened in.
Yeah, it must have came off. It's going down. Yeah, cuz let them know it blew off. It blew off.
Yeah, that was that piece of clear plastic. We saw it go up and over when he came up into a low pressure area close behind another car. So the temperature's gone back down, both the cars and Martin's.
Yes, they have. But that's how sensitive these things are, Mike. I mean, immediately that got on there, temps are up. It comes off, okay, temps are back down now. But that's how sensitive that area is.
Jimmy Johnson holding off teammate Dale Earnhardt Jr. now by 2 seconds. 36 laps to go.
Pit stops with Michael Waltrip, Chris Myers, and 33 laps to go here at the Atlanta Motor Speedway.
Harvick and Keselowski are forcing Jimmy Johnson's hand. They get to pit road early. They get those fresh tires, and we've seen, Chris, how much ground you can make up by doing so.
Jamie Little.
And Kevin Harvick just got way too loose there. Needed to come in for some new tires if he has a shot at this. 4 tires stopped. They made an adjustment. Meanwhile, the leader, Jimmy Johnson, pulls off and onto pit road. And Brad Keselowski on pit road as well. He's been struggling with a loose race car all day. Been snappy loose, been adjusting accordingly. And everybody else follows suit, follows the leader, Jimmy Johnson, who has been tough to beat today as the 88 pulls into his pit box. And the 78, let's go to Chris.
Martin Truex Jr. trying to work his way up into the top 5. He needs some help getting off the corner, saying that car just a little too loose when he commits to the throttle. Matt?
And Dale Jr.'s in. This will be, like everyone else, a 4-tire change. All Jr. wanted to know about was what end of the racetrack, top or bottom, the 48 was running. Meanwhile, the 22 of Joey Logano, he hit pit road in the 4th position. No changes, but Joey said the last few laps, the car just kept getting tighter and tighter for the 22.
Eric Almirola is the last of the lead cars to pit. He did pick up the lead for 1 lap. No, check that. Clint Boyer still out there. Paul Menard in as well as Almirola, and this will complete lead lap car pit stops, Jamie.
And Eric Almirola, his pit crew has done a nice job today. A 4-tire stop here. This should be the last stop. There's the chassis adjustment there just to help him out for this last run with 31 laps to go.
Clint Boyer will surrender the lead and come in now. That'll leave Brett Moffitt out there, and then it'll cycle back to Jimmy Johnson, who looks like he's going to extend the lead he had before this round of pit stops.
But Michael Waltrip said it best. When Harvick and Keselowski hit pit road, that forced the hand of everyone else.
A tire violation on Casey Kane, running in 13th. Matt?
And Boyer's in. The past few runs, Clint said his biggest hindrance has been the bottom. The car's just way too tight. Solid stop so far for the 15, and he's away.
And Casey Kane in that 5 had to do a pass-through penalty drive down pit road. Even hurt him more as he was doing that. Jeff Burton in the 26 car pretty much pulled up in front of him.
Now Kane pitted from 7th, had that tire violation, and Brett Moffitt doing a great job in a one-race substitute role for Brian Vickers. He has led a lap and now makes his stop.
Yeah, he had really nice, because you notice the right side of the car. He's been against the wall at one time or another, but it doesn't seem to be affecting the car at all.
Yeah, this is only his 8th career start in the Sprint Cup Series. We'll be glad to see Brian Vickers back next week, though.
So we cycle back to Jimmy Johnson's Lowe's Chevrolet as the leader. Before stops, he had a 2.7 second lead over Dale Earnhardt Jr. He now has 2.4 over Jr., but he had 3.2 seconds in the bank on Kevin Harvick. That is now just 1.8 seconds. So Harvick's team picked him up 1.4 seconds, and he moves from 3rd to 2nd. Kaboom! Caution is out. And the number 35 of Cole Witt looks like is not going to make it to the finish line today. Tough break for his Front Row Motorsports Ford.
Tell you what I saw in that run right there, that short run from those pit stops, the 4 car was better than the 48 for those few laps we saw right there. They made some good adjustments on Kevin Harvick's car.
Well, Darrell, we're tracking right on the trend of last year when we had 4 cautions in the first half of the race and 6 in the second. Brett Moffitt will get the free pass on this, the 9th caution flag of the day for Cole Witt.
I know we've not run many laps. We only have 11 drivers on the lead lap. I promise you, pit road's going to be busy again.
I'm coming to pit road, brother.
I'm in.
I'm coming. I think I just heard Rodney Childers tell Kevin Harvick that he had to pit.
Now Carl Edwards now just 1 lap down. You only have 5 laps on your tires. Or if all those lead lap cars coming?
They'd almost had already lost a full second, though, on those tires.
About 5 laps, the goodie's gone off of them. I think you got to come get 4 and take your best shot. We saw this happen at Homestead last year with Kevin Harvick. Came in, got 4 tires, restarted 12th, thought he was done, won the race.
Kevin Harvick right now runner-up to Jimmy Johnson. He finished 2nd in 3 of Johnson's last 4 wins. In the other one, Harvick was leading and had a flat tire at Dover, and Johnson went on to win. So this 1-2 combination is nothing new. Pit road's open. Nope, sorry, pit road is closed.
But I think the one factor that really plays into this is the fact, as I mentioned, even with Brett Moffitt getting back on the lead lap, we only have 12 drivers on the lead lap right now.
It's kind of good news and bad news. If you're back a couple of 3 cars, you hope those front 2 or 3 will stay out. Then you can come get your tires. You got a big advantage.
Well, if I'm Brett Moffitt, I just got tires 1 lap ago.
Yeah, I'd stay out if I were him. It depends on your situation, you know.
Clint Boyer just got tires a couple of laps ago. What's he going to do? Joey Logano coming off his Daytona win, currently 4th.
From what I could tell on Clint Boyer's car, I heard him go by a little bit ago. The car sounded flat, as if it maybe was down a cylinder or something.
Saving fuel.
You hear the cars rattling around.
They're open, they're staying out.
So they've broken probably a valve spring and something in the valve train.
All right, this time pit road will be open. And we'll have 25 laps to go on what everyone hopes will be the last stop of the day.
Might see a little cat and mouse game here. Here they come.
You know somebody's going to stay out.
Jamie?
Crew Chief Rodney Childers left it up to his driver, asked Kevin what he wants to do. He said, we've got to come. So they're going to take 4 tires here and put a piece of tape on that grill. Meanwhile, the 48, they were still debating how many tires to take. The call right now is 4. Matt?
Dale Earnhardt Jr. wanted to know how many cars in the lead lap. Greg Ives told him 11. He said he did not like how the car took off on this set of tires, so he wanted to pit and get a new set. Meanwhile, Joey Logano, his car started off much tighter on this last run. That's why he wanted to come and get another set of tires.
Jimmie Johnson leads them off pit road, so he'll be second on the restart because Matt Kenseth did not stop. Kenseth goes to the lead.
Someone would always stay out. I mean, they've been gambling all day. The 20 car has. They gambled on everything. Short pitting, staying out. They've done it all day.
And Joey Logano does not get out first with all that wheel spin.
And one thing I see, Darryl, you can see how that right rear tire is leaned in. All that camber in that tire doesn't help the situation.
No, and that's part of the issue on these restarts. I mean, you got camber in that rear end, and when you smack that 750 horsepower, it just won't hook up. No, but it doesn't surprise me that you think about the race that these guys have run right here all day long. They short pitted early, paid off for a little while. Then they stayed out, took the wave around, figuring they had to get a caution to make it work. They got a caution. So they've been gambling all day. Hey, why not gamble now?
He has 6 more laps on his tires, so in the first couple laps he'll be at disadvantage. But then things should even out between Matt Kenseth and the rest of the drivers on the lead lap. And there are now 13 of them. Chris?
Mike, a quick recap of the race. Remember, we had rain early in the day under a mist and chilly temperatures, but Joey Logano from the pole, 84 laps led, trying to win back-to-back races to start the season. Kevin Harvick on lap 87 takes the first lead of the day. He's led the most laps today of any driver. Jimmie Johnson with 71 laps led, taking the lead from Harvick. Denny Hamlin with 69 laps to go, causing a wreck, taking out Jeff Gordon.
Loose off turn 2. You can see Jeff Gordon almost slips by. Jamie Murray clips him. He runs hard into the concrete wall on the inside of turn 3. Jeff Gordon's pointing that out too. Hit concrete, y'all.
And tire problems were there early and then later for Carl Edwards running in the top 10.
Yeah, he just had a slow leak on that left rear. His car was falling back. Finally, the tire flew apart and caused Carl to make an unscheduled stop.
9 cautions, 26 different lead changes, and the next restart is going to tell the story.
Yeah, Matt Kenseth is on older tires starting on the front row. Clint Boyer has stayed out with a sour engine. This could be intense.
Let's head back up to Darrell, Larry, and Mike.
Thanks, Chris. Looking to see if Carl Edwards took the wave around on this one, which would put him back on the lead lap. He was 1 lap down.
Yeah, just to set up Matt Kenseth on his tire situation, he pitted at 293. The caution came out between 296 and 297, so he only has at most 4 laps on those tires.
Joey Logano, we've talked about why they chose that first pit stall despite the asphalt surface and not concrete. And Logano has had to battle that surface getting out of the pits all day long.
Golly, that box, man, it's tough. Yeah, coffee. Didn't dare spray it down. It wasn't dry enough to get it, you know? Oh, it's just wet right in front of it, too. I'm trying to blow it off. It just doesn't dry. Yeah, copy.
Spinning his wheels. Joey Logano now 7th. Came in 4th, came out 7th.
Might be better off to be 7th. At least you're on the inside.
Now, car number 19 was the free pass, we're told. Carl Edwards got the free pass. The 55 not eligible when the yellow came out. He was still on the lead lap at the time of the caution flag, is what we're told. So Carl Edwards not taking the wave around, rather he is the free pass car. Let's see. Next week, NASCAR on Fox moves to Las Vegas.
Fox antes up in Sin City, where the world's greatest drivers will test their luck. Gambling is encouraged, and to the winner goes the spoils. It all gets rolling next week at 3:30 Eastern, only on Fox.
The West Coast Swing begins next week, and a lot of these race fans will wish they were there in warmer weather.
Wow,
They've done a great job braving the elements today, as has our Fox NASCAR crew, and it all comes down to this. 22 to go. Matt Kenseth and Clint Bowyer and Brett Moffitt did not pit. Moffitt again judged to be a lead lap car, so he did not pit. They are 1, 2, 3. Then Jimmy Johnson, Kevin Harvick, and Dale Earnhardt Jr., who had this to say about the pending restart.
All right. If that 55 or any of them guys spin their tires real bad, what do I do? Go to the outside if you can. Right, but before the line, like how do you not back? If you back off, you wreck everybody yourself. Yeah, that's all we can do.
Well, that's a tall task for Johnson, Harvick, Earnhardt, and Logano because they have brand new tires. Jimmy Johnson, a little worried about having Clint Bowyer on worn tires just ahead of him.
But see, even the drivers, what can I do? You asked me earlier, what can you do? Well, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Worn tires, but remember, he's down a cylinder, so I think that's really going to hurt that outside line.
Yeah, but you see there, you saw him even with the down the cylinder, he spins the tires. But he gets up out of the way. Clint Bowyer into 15 gets up out of the way like he should.
Boy,
Matt Kenseth
Jimmy
under
Johnson
fire.
long.
Johnson to the bottom of the racetrack. Snatches the lead. Here comes Earnhardt looking to Johnson's inside.
Look, I know it's a minor little thing.
Trouble, turn 4.
Holy cow.
Caution is out. Big wrecking for it, like big wreck.
Greg Biffle was sideways and everybody ran into him.
Oh my gosh.
That's Ricky Stenhouse and Kyle Larson. Regan Smith.
Greg Biffle, a lot of damage to the rear of that 16 car. Tony Stewart, damage.
It goes without saying. Cautions breed cautions.
Now, Clint Bowyer trying to be way up high and out of the way. Could that have bottlenecked turn 3?
I'm thinking it could have.
There's Bowyer. No, it's in front of him.
He had nothing to do with it.
Joe Nemechek and Biffle get together. 16 and the 34, and then everyone else piles in.
Just a big chain reaction.
Yep.
So that absolves Clint Bowyer of any blame. We're looking back
Good coming, big run.
as everybody rushes in.
Easy, he's going to come up, 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 let's drop it down.
Biffle and Nemechek get together there. Nobody can check up in time.
No, Bowyer got hit from behind by the 17 as Stenhouse appears. Bowyer's just trying to make it to the end. I mean, he had an engine problem. It's down a cylinder, just trying to get to the end.
He was just a victim.
Yep.
A cloud of smoke, and here they come.
Yeah, we didn't have a wreck this big in the Daytona 500 last week.
Well, it's too bad for a whole bunch of guys. Joe Nemechek doing a nice job today in that 34 car. And
10th caution flag of the day. Stenhouse car has stopped at the entrance to the garage, and Ricky climbs out. Red flag is displayed. And the field is stopped on the back straightaway. Kyle Larson made it back to his pit before the red flag. So did Joe Nemechek, Greg Biffle, and Clint Boyer. Once Biffle got sideways, smoke started pouring from those tires, Darrell. There was nowhere to hide.
No, nowhere. You can't see anything. You're just, you're hoping that when you get there, everybody's gone. But even this car, Kyle Larson was in the smoke and was right up on somebody's bumper, but he couldn't see where they were going.
Let's listen to Joe Nemechek.
I don't know how he got me there in the left rear. That was messed up because I thought I had them all cleared. Oh, you were clear. He just threw it in there.
He being Greg Biffle.
Yeah.
Now, you mentioned, Mike, we're on a red flag. All the crews can do on pit road is evaluate the damage. They cannot work on these cars under red flag condition. Once the yellow flag is displayed, game on, go to work.
And if you were watching the Sprint Unlimited a couple of weeks ago at Daytona, where they were allowed to work on the cars, remember that was a non-points race, an exhibition race, and the rules for that race were different than they are in the regular season. Heating up some adhesive, try and glue that sheet metal back together and get back out on track. Jimmy Johnson, Matt Kenseth, Dale Earnhardt Jr. are at the front of 12 cars now on the lead lap.
We say we talked to Matt Kenseth. Had an eventful day. Hey, Matt Kenseth, it's Darrell Waltrip here, bud. You got a copy?
Just a guess.
Hey, man, you have had an eventful day. You got to be the gambler. You guys have done about everything you can do to stay in this thing. What are your chances now, brother?
I think Matt was expecting to hear from you today.
Oh, okay, 10-4. Well, we thought Matt was standing by for checking in with us. So, thank you.
Yeah, I got you, Darrell. I said didn't expect you. So I was on Jason. Anyway, I don't think our chances are real great. It has been an eventful day. We've lost the lap a couple times, and got it back. Had a bunch of tires come apart. So we got good track position right now. And our Dollar General Camry's been respectable today, just can't run with these top lead guys. So we're just debating whether we're going to come and put tires on or try to get restarted up front here and hang on to what we can get.
Well, I have to say, I'm going to call you the gambler from here on out. You guys have been all over the place, but here you are late in the race and sitting there in second place. So you've done a nice job of taking advantage of what you've been given. So good job all day long.
Thank you. It's really probably not the track to stay out at tires, but we only had one set left down there, and just trying to make something happen here, Dan. Like I say, it's been a struggle most of the day, so we're just trying to make something happen, turn the best day we can out of it.
Man, it looked like about halfway, maybe two-thirds way through the race even, that the track went through a huge swing. The people that were pretty good all of a sudden were having struggles. Did you find the track to be any different latter part of the race here?
It's definitely different. We were definitely at our best when they dropped the green and the track was all cleaned off, and we made a lot of progress early. And then got pretty far off a couple runs, and then Jason made some good adjustments here and got the car better. It's just can't get it to do exactly what we want, but we've made it better. The track has changed a lot. It was the best, probably best for everybody when it was clean, but we had a lot of grip and had nice balance and everything. It felt really good before the track got rubber, and it just keeps losing grip, and we just keep losing a little bit more than everybody else, it seems like.
All right, buddy. Well, thanks for checking in with us. Appreciate it very much, and finish this thing off.
Sir, sorry about the confusion. Have a good day.
Matt Kenseth has 7 more laps on his tires than the rest of the leaders. You saw Ricky Stenhouse collide with, well, everybody in that crash. Greg Biffle, Clint Boyer, and damage at both ends of Ricky's Ford. There is Greg Biffle's after he and Joe Nemechek got together and triggered the big one going into turn number 3.
Well, we started the day off by talking to Harvick. Why don't we maybe end the day by talking to Kevin Harvick? It's a DW. Got a copy, my friend?
Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy, you've had a kind of an up and down day. You had a very dominant car, but been struggling a little bit here lately. You got anything for these guys in front of you?
Yeah, just, guys trying to throw a Hail Mary there. At Atlanta, staying out on tires that didn't work out. 55 was kind of in the way there on that restart, and everybody got jammed up and wrecked. But all in all, You know, guys on our Jimmy John's team have done a good job. We just have to have these restarts work out. We just got behind on that restart where I spun the tires, and then, you know, 55 spun the tires there trying to get going. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it looks like the track has changed quite a bit, but really you haven't changed your line much. You've been right on that yellow line on the bottom all day. Is that still the way to go?
Yeah, I mean, I just commit to that line and just hope that it works out for you. So not getting through 3 and 4 exactly how I want to, or through traffic like I want to, but all in all, we still got a shot here.
All right, buddy. Well, good luck. If you stay out, you're going to start on the inside, so there's some good news.
Yeah, I think that 20 will probably pit.
Let's have another look. Now watch the 55. Brett Moffitt only had 1 lap on his tires because he was the last of the leaders to pit. Here's the restart.
But you can definitely see him spinning the tires in front of Kevin Harvick, like Kevin mentioned.
Harvick got a boot from Joey Logano there as everybody tried to get going.
Even Dale Jr. was wobbling as they went off into that corner. It's just hard to get going on these tires cold like this. Whoa. Man. That worked out actually in Harvick's favor, because if Moffitt hadn't gone up the track, he'd have been in trouble.
Ready, green. Trying to get inside your 22. Easy now, outside. Still wound up. Still outside. Clear up, clear low. 22's coming with you. Watch the bottom on the 22.
Well, you heard Harvick had to lift even in 3rd gear.
Yep.
Now, here's what happened. Biffle and Nemechek get together. The whole top of the track in smoke. And you see the 17 of Ricky Stenhouse right in the middle of it. Chris Neville?
And Mike, it was definitely a challenging day for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., but you just didn't seem to have a handle on the 17 all day long. And then right there, is it just closed down, nowhere to go?
Yeah, it got pretty smoky, pretty blind there, and I locked the brakes down. I could see Clint. Thought I would get it stopped before I got to his back bumper, but yeah, our fifth third Ford was fast the first start, and you know, passed a few cars, and I knew I was running my tires off of it, but we had fun while we were doing it. You know, and then as the more rubber got down on the racetrack, the looser in, the tighter we got in the center, and really couldn't roll the corner as good as we wanted. Thought we were going to salvage a decent day out of it with a few of those cars crashing, and thought if I could sneak by that one, we'd get you know, a top 20, top 15 finish, but just wasn't our day. It's two weeks in a row. We last you know, late crash we get caught up in, but you know, we'll go get him at Vegas. It's you know, just another one down, and got a lot more to go.
Thanks, Ricky.
It's just so hard to run all day long. Here we are, 20 to go, and you're taken out of the race with 20 laps to go. It just is so hard.
Yeah, I know Kevin Harvick in that 4 felt like Matt Kenseth in the 20 was going to pit, but Matt pretty much had told you, I believe we're just going to stay out and see what we've got here.
Yeah, I wasn't going to tell Harvick that part.
Yeah, Kenseth has 7 more laps on his tires than the rest of these leaders, although some of those were caution laps.
Well, pit road was closed that time. They're still trying to get pit road cleaned up, so we'll see here in about a lap or so.
Well, you're going to have, now we're 19 laps to go, you're going to be 18 come back next time by. You're running out of time here now, so that's going to be a deciding factor, I think, in whether you come or whether you stay.
12 cars on the lead lap.
And most of these drivers, with the exception of Kenseth, Boyer, and Moffitt, that pitted under that last caution, you really only have about a half to 3/4 of a lap on your tires.
Exactly.
So Carl Edwards, who worked his way back to the lead lap, is 12th. 1 lap down, Menard, Kane, Patrick, Mears, Smith, Boyer, Reagan, and about 4 more.
And Matt Kenseth did say something that kind of resonated. Most of these teams are to the point where they only have 1 or 2 sets of tires even left.
Yeah, I think that was what I heard him say.
So if you think this is the last caution period, now's the time.
I'm not banking on that, though.
No. Yeah. And neither are the leaders. Have a couple of takers there.
Just hard to give up.
Not many.
it's hard to give up track position here. What we've seen on these restarts, which are treacherous.
Brett Moffitt and Brad Keselowski come pit side. Jamie?
Brad Keselowski, another one of those teams with an extra set of sticker tires. They figure, what the heck, let's put him on. The car just not handling. He was hitting the splitter a while ago, so a lot of issues. As you said, Mike, fundamental issues wrong with this car today.
Well, he just put 4 barrels of handling on it, I can tell you that. May not have been handling good before, but that'll make it handle good for a little while.
Kyle Larson also pitted. He's 3 laps down. So did the 26 of Jeb Burton. And that is Greg Biffle, who got back out on track, but made it as far as the backstretch, and now he's going to hop in line. Debris still being cleared. Tuesday, another doubleheader on Fox Sports 1, including a huge showdown between Georgetown and 23rd ranked Butler as they fight for the #2 seed in the upcoming Big East tournament. Then 6th ranked Villanova continues its quest for the #1 seed in the Big Dance as they battle Creighton. Coverage begins Tuesday, 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
Mike, do you know how many teams are undefeated in the NCAA right now?
I got a feeling we're going to find out.
I can think of one.
Just saying. Just saying.
Yeah, I think we should just stay. It's only going to be about 15 laps when they go green. I don't know. If I start 12th, I'm not sure I'm going to pass more cars than are going to pass me starting up here.
Yeah, and if we start 12th and get 7 laps on them, let's stay out here.
Interesting gamble.
I think so. I like that call.
But with that many drivers on the lead lap, as he said, he's probably not. He doesn't have the car to win the race. But you know what? This may buy a pretty good finish for him, especially considering the day they've had.
I've seen Matt Kenseth driving in a situation just like this, saying he didn't have a very good car, and all of a sudden he had a very, I don't know what switch he flipped, but all of a sudden he had a very good car at the end of these races.
1 to go at the line. So we will restart then with 15 laps to go. 17 to go right now.
Well, I know Dale Jr.'s got a pretty good car, and I know this is no big deal, but it's just kind of how things work. 88 did win both races yesterday, and 88 will be starting in the inside line right behind our leader, Jimmy Johnson.
Not sure the last time that's ever happened. It's happened once that the same car number won the truck race, the Xfinity race, and the Cup race. It was Bristol, 2010. Kyle Busch.
Yeah, he won all 3 of them. Come to think of it.
That'll take care of that. All car number 18. So the 44, or rather the 88, excuse me, that won the truck race was not from Hendrick Motorsports or Junior Motorsports affiliated. That was the ThorSport truck. Matt Crafton, defending series champion, who won his first race of the season. And then Kevin Harvick won yesterday in the 88 Chevrolet.
88 was, I liked that number. It's good to me.
You know, I know a lot of Dale Earnhardt Jr. fans were a little concerned with Steve Letarte leaving atop the pit box and Greg Ives, a rookie Sprint Cup Series crew chief. But I could just hear it in Dale Earnhardt Jr.'s voice throughout the offseason. He said that guy right there has the potential to be the best crew chief in the Sprint Cup Series. He won the Xfinity Series championship last year with Chase Elliott. Greg Ives did.
I think they looked at him and said, if you can do that with a rookie, you might work out pretty well here with Dale Jr.
And he won 5 consecutive championships as the lead engineer for Chad Knaus, Jimmy Johnson in that 48 team.
Yes, sir.
Earnhardt will line up third. Chad Knaus's driver, Jimmy Johnson, first. Matt Kenseth second. Earnhardt, Truex will line up fourth. There's more debris on the back straightaway to clean up. We will not get the restart this time by. Here's Martin Truex and team.
Joey seems to think that you and him maybe need to lay back here a little bit. So whenever 20 spins, because he's got 6 hard laps on his tires, when he spins somewhere, don't get going, y'all can still have some momentum going here.
Yeah, copy that. He's dead on.
So last restart, everybody was worried about Clint Boyer. This restart, they're worried about tire wear on Matt Kenseth, who will start outside the front row.
Well, when you ride around here, you know, when you don't have sticker tires, you ride around here, of course, same for everybody, you're picking up a lot of debris on your tires. That in and of itself sometimes will cause you a problem. So my spotter always said, remind me to clean, we always said clean them up. Yep. Start spinning the tires, getting the heat in them, and clean all the debris off of them.
Now, we had seen Greg Biffle stopped on the back straightaway as they pick up some tape from the back stretch. I'll tell you, these track crews, they've had a tough day. They've had a lot of work to do in very, very cold temperatures. So,
guy says, what's the odds of me going out and picking up something and having a camera on me when I fall?
Greg Biffle did make it back around to his pit. They lifted the hood, put it back down, and they send him back out into the fray. Same for Tony Stewart, who had some damage from that crash back in the race. Tough day for Smoke. He is 22nd. Biffle is 25th.
No matter what the outcome for Martin Truex Jr. in that 78 car, they have gotten off to a great start here in 2015. He only led 1 lap last year, 5 top 10 finishes, great speed weeks at Daytona, and he's been right up in the thick of things, including even qualifying on Friday here at Atlanta.
That's the drive of the day right there, Larry. They lost a bunch of spots on two consecutive stops on pit road, and he has fought back. The Jersey driver's up to 4th. Pace cars in to settle it here in Atlanta. Coming back to green. 13 cars on the lead lap. Green flag.
Dale Jr. made a nice crossover move right there to get to the outside of Jimmy Johnson. He's fighting with a little bit off the corner, but he got a nice head of steam coming down the back here. Dale
wide
Jr.
right behind him for the lead. Johnson, Earnhardt, Harvick, Kenseth.
Yeah, Kenseth lost ground in 1 and 2, but he fought back hard off turn 2.
Holding his own pretty good now once he got going. I thought Dale Jr. had a little something for Jimmy Johnson in the 48 car, but he can't hang with him. Based on what I'm seeing, we may have another restart here in a second. God, these guys are racing hard. I mean, not giving anybody any slack. You take mid-pack right there, Mike, Larry. These guys are all over each other.
2 or 3 laps to get everything you can get before those tires start to fall off.
Well, you can tell this race is coming to a close because Jimmy Johnson, Dale Earnhardt Jr. both just ran their fastest lap of this race.
3 wide off turn 2.
Yeah, don't forget, that's the 2 car, Brad Keselowski. He came to pit road. He got 4 tires, and he's making use of them.
Carl Edwards all over Casey Kane. Here they come through the picture, and they are really been battling hard these last 2 laps. Now Kane's a lap down, but he's still in there and fighting. Edwards back at 12th, and they're tracking Brad Keselowski, who goes to work on Eric Almirola.
Yeah, those 4 tires are definitely paying off for Brad. I mean, he's going to pass a lot of cars that I don't think he would have been able to pass had he stayed out.
And I think that's what Paul Wolf and Brad Keselowski were thinking. Probably not a race-winning move, but we're going to have a much better finish than we probably would have had.
Well, he's already in the top 10, and of course he'd been up in the top 6 or 7 there for some of these cautions, but I think he's going to get back there with those 4 tires.
Ten laps to go in Atlanta. Allgaier got a bump there from Hornish. 5-hour energy. Big move of the race is this restart. For Jimmy Johnson under fire from Dale Earnhardt Jr. Martin Truex looking in. Kevin Harvick on the bottom. Joey Logano on the top. And Jimmy Johnson, after battling Dale Earnhardt Jr., is able to pull away. That's the 5-hour energy. Big move of the race.
I will say this, though, Junior made a nice move on that restart to cut through the middle and get to the outside and put a little pressure on Jimmy Johnson. You know, Larry, to run those lap times you're running there for those first couple of laps at the restart, I think they were running wide open around this place.
Had to be close to it.
Goodness.
4 of the lead lap cars set their fastest lap of the race just after that restart. What's that on the front end of Earnhardt's car?
Can't tell. Looks like black. You know, he won Daytona with a piece of tape on the car. Let's see.
Oh, that.
It looks exactly like that Daytona tape. Remember when he picked that up at the end of the race?
You hit it that hard, it'll push that grill in. That came off Clint Boyer's car.
But with 7 laps to go, you don't even think about it or talk about it.
He's about 1.7 seconds back of Jimmy Johnson. And now that gap's beginning to grow. Kevin Harvick for second.
These old engines have been working hard today, buddy. And here you are right at the end of the race, coming up on 500 miles plus practice. And then you throw a little extra heat in that thing. Probably did hurt. It probably might hurt the performance just a little bit at the end here.
Well, we talked about drivers who would race up from the back of the field. 3 of the top 4 started outside of the first 15 rows. 31st on back.
Well, we're coming to 5 to go. I want to give props to 2 drivers. A.J. Allmendinger in his 47 car. He's hung in there. He's running in 7th with a pretty good cushion over another driver. What a great run for Brett Moffitt in his 55 car, substituting for Brian Vickers. Brian will be back, but what a run for Brett Moffitt.
I agree, Larry. 2 great runs.
Brian Vickers was atop the hauler yesterday watching practice. Got to feel good about his chances when he comes back in the seat next week after the fine run that they have had here in Atlanta.
Moffitt's, he's a rookie, but he drove like a veteran today. I mean, he just stayed out of trouble, kept his nose clean, stayed in the race. Here we are, late in the race, running 8th. Good job, buddy.
Johnson Harvick, a familiar sight. I said 3 out of 4 earlier. Now I think it's 4 out of 5. Last wins for Jimmy Johnson. Kevin Harvick's been the 2nd place car.
I think, Mike, this is also the 6th first or 2nd place finish for Kevin Harvick.
I'm ahead of myself. That's if they continue to run 1-2 to the checkered flag.
Riding with Joey Logano in 5th, and you see that other yellow car up there. We talked about Matt Kenseth. I think they knew not a race-winning move staying out, but he's still hanging in the top 5.
Yeah, and there's Logano, who had a really fast car the first part of the race. Kind of lost a handle on it, but he's fighting back here and he's running in the top 5.
So I like Matt Kenseth's logic. And though we lost Leonard Nimoy this weekend, Kenseth is the most logical of Sprint Cup drivers. He said on new tires, we're not going to pass as many cars as we'd lose spots to if we stayed out. That's been the case. He's 4th.
Well, I know we talk about all these people who had great runs today, but that team has impressed me with their just being tenacious and hanging in there and making gutsy calls to keep themselves in the race, and they're going to come home with a top 5 finish.
Zimmerman, he won good lap, 2-second lead.
2.1 seconds for Jimmy Johnson. Kevin Harvick holding constant, gaining just a little bit. Picking up a couple of tenths here off turn number 2. Here comes Johnson for his 71st career win. Jimmy Johnson wins the Folds of Honor Quiktrip 500.
And guess what?
What did you boys do this thing last night? Thank you. Woo!
He's in the chase too, brother.
Good job, fellas.
Kevin Harvick gets to within 1.8 seconds at the checker.
Great job, Jimmy. Very, very proud of you, bud. Very proud of everybody on this race team. You guys worked so hard this week. I really appreciate it.
1, 2, 3 for Chevrolet with Dale Earnhardt Jr. 3rd. Joey Logano's Ford 4th. Matt Kenseth's Toyota 5th. Then Martin Truex 6th. A.J. Allmendinger 7th. Brett Moffitt, Brad Keselowski, Ryan Newman, the top 10.
It's like there's nothing that Jimmy Johnson, Chad Knaus, 48 team that they can't overcome. Didn't even get to make a qualifying run on Friday.
But Larry, I've thought it, and this doesn't answer the question, but it starts the answer for me. If this aero package and this engine combination was going to play back into his wheelhouse, and it looks to me like it very well may.
Good start.
Jimmy Johnson starts burning down the house. Sunoco fuels another victory. Johnson's 4th Atlanta win in his 24th start here. This becomes the 9th different speedway where Johnson has won at least 4 times. We'll be back with more from Atlanta.
We welcome you back live, our post-race show, NASCAR on Fox from Atlanta on the 48 back in Victory Lane. Jimmy Johnson, who will turn 40 years old in September, the 6-time champ, getting his 71st career victory. And he said after last year when they finished 11th, that was the worst for him, 11th in points, since becoming a full-time driver. Happy to bounce back, getting congratulations from his team. Kevin Harvick, 5th straight race that he's finished either first or second, and Chris Neville is standing by with Harvick.
Well, Kevin Harvick started at the back today, ran to the front, and dominated the middle part of this race. But Kevin, that second half, did you just lose the balance a little bit?
No, I just I had one bad restart there where I spun the tires on the outside, and we just never recovered from that one. And then we got behind the 55, you know, and he was kind of shooting for the moon there to go on the restart, and he just didn't go, and then we got passed again. But all in all, it was a great day from everyone on my Jimmy John's Budweiser team. Got to thank Outback, Hunt Brothers, Ditech, everybody on this car for everything that they do.
Kevin Harvick, 2nd at Daytona and 2nd at Atlanta.
Jimmy Johnson starts all the way back in 37th. Told me in the pre-race show, the car's okay. It was on rails all race long. What does this say about your team in the 48 this early in the season?
It says a lot of good things, and I'm just so excited that the guys could understand. We got new guys, so this new team could understand what I was complaining about and things I didn't like about my race car. We thought we were a top 10 car last night, and I'm sorry to kind of tell you earlier today that we weren't going to be that good, because we certainly were. You know, we had some troubles on pit road, but once we kind of got through and got by the 19, that allowed us to keep track position, and we wouldn't get tripped up on our pit stops. And this thing was just bad fast. You know, I had a blast racing with the 4. He was awfully strong today. I think track position there at the end just kind of set things in place, and we had the restart we needed to and cleared the 88, and off we went.
Last year, Jimmy Johnson had to wait all the way till the end of May to win. This year, he's a winner after race number 2. Chris?
Jamie led 6 different times today, 92 laps total, second behind Kevin Harvick, and getting the celebration call. We'll have more from Atlanta in just a moment. Happy moment for Jimmy Johnson and family, warming up to victory. His first lead came just past the 300-mile mark in this 500-mile race. You see the weather, it was that kind of day. The chase standings after 2 races, the win you get in format.
And it feels so good for Jimmy Johnson. I remember last spring we were talking about the struggles of the 48 team. Second race of 2015, he's solidly in the chase. Kevin Harvick close again. Dale Jr. solid all day long.
Let's check in with Matt Yoakum.
Joey Logano started on the pole. The car seemed spot on for about the first third. Did the track take rubber, or did the temperature change really affect your car the most?
No, everyone got better, and we didn't. We started at the beginning of the race, and my car drives pretty good, and we made some small adjustments here and there, and obviously you work with your track bar adjuster in the car quite a bit, and we were making ground, but everyone got faster, and we kind of stayed the same, and we made some adjustments to get better, but just not as good as some of really those Hendrick cars in front of us. They're so fast today, so yeah, a little bit of work to do with the Shell Pennzoil Ford, but overall still a great start to the season. A couple top 5s. We're picking up where we left off. Just need to find a little bit more speed.
First and a fourth to start out 2015.
Well, Matt Kenseth had some tire issues in the middle part of this race, but Matt, you had a tough race at Daytona. You bounced back to a top 5 here at Atlanta.
Yeah, it's good to finish 5th with the day we had. It was a massive struggle. So my whole Dollar General team did a great job on our Camry, and some bad adjustments, some good adjustments. Nobody gave up. They kept working on it, did all kinds of stuff to it, and then at the end there we just had to gamble and try to get some track position, hold on to what we could.
Impressive run, and especially that restart by Dale Earnhardt Jr. But what do you take away most from today, especially with the anxiety and unknown coming in with this package and a new crew chief?
I wasn't really too worried. It was frustrated Thursday. The car wasn't doing what we wanted, and we improved and got better and better. And I thought we might, I thought we might be able to keep up with Jimmy. I don't know if we'd be able to make a run on him. But we ran over something on the racetrack, knocked a whole grill out of it, and it plowed after that, and 4 got to us. We had a great car, though. Kelly Blue Book Chevrolet was good. Saturday, qualified well. We haven't been good here in a long, long time, several years, and so Greg and the guys worked really hard. The communication's great, and he's actually a pretty good cheerleader, to be honest with you. Who knew? So I think he's going to be awesome to work with, and he's got a hell of a future. I'm glad to be able to have a few years with him here while he's sort of learning the ropes. But we got an awesome team. The guys are great on pit road. We got a lot of new guys on the overall crew, and they did an awesome job, steady, consistent, gained a few spots here and there. It was a great day. I'm just real happy to run good here. I love this racetrack and just haven't run that good here in a long time, so it feels good to run well. Congratulations to Jimmy and Lowe's, the whole 4888 shop. I'll be proud of how these cars run.
Thank you, Junior.
Dale Earnhardt Jr., part of a Chevy 1-2-3 finish with Jimmy Johnson leading the way. We'll have more from Atlanta in just a moment. Jimmy Johnson's family celebrate just in time for the West Coast swing after the 1-2 punch with a victory here in Atlanta. Chad Knaus engaged prior to the season. Jimmy Johnson said that's a good thing for my crew chief. He's a lot happier, a lot more relaxed after a frustrating year. That team is never out of it, and they're off to a fast start now as we head to Las Vegas, where, by the way, Jimmy Johnson has won 4 times the most of any driver at that track. Will be there next Sunday.
Yeah, and last year, Brad Keselowski made a last lap pass on Dale Earnhardt Jr. to win out in Vegas. He didn't have a very good day today. I look for both Logano and Keselowski to be the story when we get to Vegas. Strong Fords out there.
How about the start for Joey Logano, sitting on the pole, led a lot of laps. We saw some guys from the back of the pack, along with Jimmy and Matt Kenseth, work their way up to the front in 2 races. Anything overall that you see taking us forward?
I would watch that Xfinity race next Saturday afternoon, because we saw the cars act a whole lot alike today as they did yesterday. Low on the racetrack. The power, the cars, the aerodynamics, they're a lot similar this year. So maybe see who you think's good in that Xfinity race next Saturday to pick your favorite for Sunday.
And you see that on Fox Sports 1. Guys like Dale Earnhardt Jr., Kevin Harvick, you get the impression they're on the verge of breaking through with an early victory that have so far gone to Jimmy Johnson and Joey Logano. Coming up on Fox Sports 1, Victory Lane. Kenny Wallace will join Michael and I, and the winner will join us. Jimmy Johnson will chat about today, waiting out the rain and surviving the field. And then later tonight on Fox, tune in for The Simpsons. It's animation domination, Brooklyn Nine-Nine later, and The Last Man on Earth, the season premiere. That comes up on Fox at 9 o'clock. Next Sunday, it's a 1.5 mile track, same as today, although this officially just over a 1.5 miles here in Atlanta. You talked about Keselowski and his success. It's the West Coast swing, a little bit different, because after Atlanta, the second race of the season, we go Las Vegas to Phoenix to the Auto Club track in California, in Southern California, I should say.
And when you go to the West Coast, you go to Vegas, you want to gamble, right? A good car to put a bet on, if you're into that kind of thing, would be Martin Truex Jr. He was strong in Daytona. Saw him overcome a terrible pit stop to fight his way up to a 6th-place finish. Strong start to the season for Truex.
And Jimmy Johnson, a second favorite, I should say, in Las Vegas, a 7-1 choice for this race today. But remember, as soon as Kevin Harvick won the championship last season and they posted odds in Las Vegas, Jimmy Johnson was the odds-on favorite for the upcoming Sprint Cup championship.
He just brings it every year. And last year was a bit of an off season for that team. The new rules, the less spoiler on the back means you got to hang that car out on the edge. Jimmy's as good as it gets at hanging it out.
28 different lead changes today, and Jimmy Johnson with his 71st career Sprint Cup win, and maybe eyeing another Sprint Cup championship down down the road. That's a long way off, but Vegas next week on your radar. For our entire gang, I'm Chris Myers. Thanks for watching NASCAR on Fox.
This copyrighted telecast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of NASCAR Broadcasting. NASCAR would like to thank all of our loyal fans for your continued support, and we hope you enjoyed today's broadcast.